and we are ready to begin our second round of interviews. We welcome uh, Dr. Alexander to Southern University. We also welcome those who are in the audience here and those who are joining us via Zoom. And so we'll start our session this morning by asking Dr. Alexander if you would just give an opening remark or remarks, and then we'll dive right into the set of questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Boyd, and thank you everyone who has come out to share on this morning. As Dr. Boyd said, I'm Lawrence Alexander, Chancellor of the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. And I'm delighted to be here this morning as a finalist for President Chancellor, President of the Southern University System and Chancellor of Southern University Baton Rouge. I am happy to be here today and delighted to be here today because it's home for me. I am a native of New Orleans, and I feel good to be back home in Louisiana to interview for this great position. And I'm also grateful because of the relationship and partnership that we currently have with Southern University as a member of the 1890 community, as UAPB is in 1890 land-grant HBCU, and also as a partner in the SWAC, as we are both members of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and I am pleased and proud to serve as chair of the Council of Presidents and Chancellors of the SWAC. So on that note, Dr. Boyd,
Okay.
I am available and ready for questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So let's start with this first question that came to us from Kim Butler, a member of the faculty. And she asked, what were your three most recent university positions? Briefly state what you did in each one that qualifies you to be president of the only HBCU system.
Wonderful. My three most recent positions include, of course, my current position at the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff as Chancellor. That position I've held for the last almost 9 years as Chancellor, and I believe, as I stated in my opening, that it is in 1890 land-grant HBCU, very similar to Southern Baton Rouge. And our university at UAPB is a member of the University of Arkansas system. So as Chancellor of UAPB, I serve with other chancellors as part of a much larger system, a system that contains some 70,000 students and more than 15 institutes and universities. So that, I believe, qualifies me for positioning here, in that I've worked very closely and dearly with our University of Arkansas system. I've worked very closely with University of Arkansas system president. As a matter of fact, he and I were just texting just a few minutes ago. I understand the role, and he has, in a way of mentoring, has shared with me some things about what it's like to be a system president. So I appreciate that from Dr. Donald Bobbitt, who serves as president of the system. Prior to coming to UAPB, I served in several roles at the University of Florida. The University of Florida is, of course, also a land-grant university. It's a major research university that's Research One and a member of the prestigious Association of American Universities, the AAU. At the University of Florida, I served as a full professor in the Department of Journalism, in the College of Journalism and Communications, for 22 years. During the time at Florida, I served in several administrative positions, moving up from starting a department chair. I served as department chair some years ago, and then moving to Associate Dean of the Graduate School, and then to Director of the Office of Graduate Minority Programs, which is a university-wide position. Both of those are university-wide roles in which I've worked very closely with deans and directors and department chairs and graduate coordinators throughout the university. And we're talking about a fairly large university of 50,000 students, a university of more than 150 PhD programs, a university that produces more than 700 PhDs a year. So that's a very large magnitude of that program. And then I did get the opportunity to serve as a provost administrative fellow at the University of Florida. And that was a very enlightening position because it gave me insight into the office and the work of the provost and the Office of Academic Affairs. And lastly, I had the honor and the opportunity to be appointed to the position and title of Distinguished Teaching Scholar. And so the Distinguished Teaching Scholars are inducted into an academy of Distinguished Teaching Scholars at the University of Florida. And there we get the opportunity to work collaboratively with other faculty from across this large university to come up with ideas and innovations on teaching and on ways in which we can assist faculty and advise the Academic Affairs Office in that way. So that's a quick collection of things in response to the first question.
Thank you. Again, from Kim Butler, if selected as president for the Southern University System and Chancellor for the Southern University Baton Rouge campus, how do you plan to effectively devote your time to fulfill the responsibilities of both positions simultaneously?
Wow. Yeah, that's a good question, and a question I've been thinking about. It is fairly unique within higher education to have someone who is both the chancellor of a campus and president of a system. I understand there's a parallel construction at Louisiana State University, and there may be some other universities across the nation that share that structure. In looking at that, the question is, how would I go about doing that? Well, you go about it in much the same way as we've gone about our job throughout the years. We properly manage our time. To me, it's a time management and a resource management issue that we'll have to certainly work together with the board on. I think the Southern Board is going to have to, and I think the board has gained an understanding because my friend and colleague, President Belton, has served in that role now for a period of years, and the board has gotten some feel and some experience, and the campus community and the system has gotten an idea about what that relationship is and what that is like. I think someone coming into this role comes in with some ideas, but shouldn't come in with many preconceived notions and ideas. They must be open to this new arrangement and open to suggestions on how that arrangement can be adjusted and shifted and adapted to the myriad kinds of things that the president of the system and the chancellors must encounter. So I think it's going to be a matter of time management. I think it's going to be a matter of resource management. And I think it's one of those things that, because it is fairly new, the conversation will continue with the board and with administrators here in the system and at the institutions and with the board on just the best fit and the best way to handle it within the system.
Before I ask the next question, I need to clarify that Kim Butler was not the originator of those three questions. I looked at the wrong line. The first question was from Doze Butler. The second question was from Albert Samuels, and the third question was from Melanie Johnson. Our next question is from Jaquan Dewey, who is the SGA president from SUSLA. How do you plan to maintain the family-like relationships this system has created that has made us a strong organization to be a part of?
Yes, I think it's going to be important to maintain those relationships, and the important thing in coming into a new environment in higher education is to learn the culture, understand the culture, learn what it is, and do not come in with presumptions of what you think it is or what it seems to be from the outside. You must enter the culture and understand it, understand why things are the way they are, understand what are those precious symbols and traditions that institutions have had over time, and how they impact and what they mean to the various segment of groups, to students, to faculty, to alumni. And once you can get a grip on how they understand that, then we can have those conversations about how best to integrate those between campuses within the system in ways that are advantageous to advancing the system.
Okay. Thank you. From visiting professor Monique Edwards, how would you describe your leadership style?
I would describe my leadership style as one that is first and foremost collaborative. I like to hear from people. I like to hear from, I spend quite a bit of time developing that relationship among our cabinet and among our faculty, staff, and students. I want to hear, and alumni. We want to hear from all groups. I want that, I try to make that relationship not only collaborative, but communicative. That is, having communication not one way, not with me as a leader telling people this is how it's going to go, this is what I want to do, but hearing from them and having a dialogue so that their ideas become a part of the whole, and that their ideas are subsumed in whatever the final arrangement will be. So my leadership style is collaborative, it's communicative, and we seek to make that relationship responsive. As a leader, leaders need to be proactive, but leaders also need to be responsive to the needs and the conditions of individuals and groups on the campuses and off the campuses.
From Mykesha McGee, who is a member of the Chancellor SGA, her question is, how do you plan to unify the different parts of the university?
Well, that's a good question as well, and that goes with the previous question. It's very much related, is that once inside, once we start to look at what the culture is and where, because I cannot answer that not knowing what things are there right now to unify the campuses. I know one thing you will hear from me is that there should be some unity among campuses within a system. And there are, sometimes that's a challenge. It's a challenge by distance and other means, but we've learned over the last 2 years certainly that we can overcome distance in space through technology. So I think that that now may be the time to put more things on the agenda that will be a unifying force, to have more conversations through technology, through Zoom and web, through the web and other means, so that we're all marching to the same song, so to speak, so that we're all feel a part of the Southern University system. I think that is what's important at the end of the day, is that Southern University is in several places, in 3 land masses, but Southern University can be one. And that should be, if it is not already a unifying theme, that at Southern is one. There is only one Southern University system, and that we behave as a system. But in that system, there is a flagship. And we've got to recognize the value of having a flagship within the system, because that is where lots of things begin. That is where, you wonder why does the flagship have so much? Well, because it is a flagship. And when you have a flagship, you have a focal point for others inside of the system, a reference point, if you will, to check and to see whether what you're doing is lining up with a systematic or a system-wide approach. So there's value to having it that way. There's value to doing it, and that's certainly one of the things I would like to do is to look at some ways that we can unify it and look at unification, not just from a student perspective or faculty perspective, but also from an alumni perspective.
Thank you so much. From one of our students, Alan L.B. Harris, who is a senior senator at SUNO. Southern Baton Rouge is the pillar of the Scotlandville community. How do you plan on engaging with the community, as well as ensuring the safety of the students?
Well, and this is something that we do at the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff is, I think one of the keys to that, to engaging the community and ensuring security, is the relationship with the local law enforcement authorities, meaning the local police, city police department, the sheriff's department, the sheriff's office, the state police, and the and even the FBI and federal authorities. It is important, very important, to have those relationships in place, because you don't want to wait for something to happen to start to work on those relationships. Those should be so well established that you can almost send them a text and they'll respond, or you'll send a note to them and they'll and you can get their presence and their attention and command their attention for the benefit and safety of the students and the faculty and staff, the employees who work at the university. So that's going to be an engagement thing that's going to have to happen early on, and will have to be continuing so that it is, and making sure that the police department of the university works in concert and in collaboration with the local law enforcement authorities.
This question actually came from two different areas, from the Faculty Senate Rep Oswald DeVerge, I know I messed that up, and also from Kevin Taylor Jarrell, who is the Southern Baton Rouge SGA. And they both asked the question, what is your philosophy of shared governance? One in the Faculty Senate realm, and then give an example of how you interacted with faculty, staff, and other constituent groups with the shared governance model.
Wonderful, thank you for that question. Shared governance is fundamental to what we do. It's fundamental to success as an institution. Institutions have, it means giving more than lip service to shared governance. It means turning this idea and this notion of shared governance into action. And we do that at our university in a number of ways. Well, first of all, before I get to that, I'll mention that I've been a fan of shared governance since my time at the University of Florida, where I served 3 terms in the Faculty Senate and got to experience shared governance as a senator on the faculty representing my college, but also as a presenter, as a person who has presented things on behalf of the graduate school to the faculty for votes on that body. But in becoming a chancellor, I had to take that up a couple of notches. And I make it a point, and it's very important, for me to attend every single Faculty Senate meeting. At UAPB, we have a combined faculty and staff senate that meets together. So I make it to each one of those meetings, and I make it is an opportunity for me to update those senators on essentially what the university is doing. I often talk about it as what I'm doing, but it's not just what I'm doing, it's what the university is doing, and what things are coming down the pike to move the university forward. It's a chance to update them on my relationships in the legislature and to update them on where we stand, particularly with external bodies. I like to take questions during that period. I don't get many questions, but I like to take questions, and I don't mind standing and answering questions during that period. I think that is a grand opportunity to hear from faculty. With students, I meet once a month with student body president. We endeavor to meet once a month with the student body cabinet to hear student issues and to exchange with them and to have conversations with them. And what I like doing is making that a period of exchange. The students get to hear from me on things that are going on at the university level. That's one of the great benefits of serving as a leader in student government. You get some of the inside and insights into how a university is run and what's going on at the from a presidential level. And also, that shared governance, though, that is shared governance in action, is that communicative, collaborative, responsive kind of communication that goes on in those settings and outside of those settings. And then going forward, I think it's important as a part of shared governance that we have faculty, staff, alumni, and to the degree possible, students on various committees and bodies that are making recommendations to the administration. I think that's an important part of the equation in shared governance, and we certainly want to sustain that to the degree possible.
Another question from Kevin Taylor Jarrell, Baton Rouge SGA. Through your experience at an R1 university, do you believe Southern will be able to get to be an R1? And if so, what do you believe is needed to get there?
Right. Thank you for that question. That's a great question. I want to say, to begin, congratulations to Southern University. I think it is in order that Southern University, it was announced, I believe, on your social media, that Southern University has made it to a Research 2 designation. That is a very significant step on the road to, in terms of research universities. A Research 2 designation means that you have high research activity. It tells the world that you are one of only 137 or so institutions nationally that obtained this designation. And there are only about 134 who have the designation of Research 1. I believe that that's a very significant development in the history of this university, because just like if I asked anyone in here, what is Southern University, the description might say something like Southern University is a public research land grant, HBCU. Now the words Research 2 goes into that description now of Southern University. That's how significant it is. It helps to define where you are in your research. Now, to get more pointedly to the question, yes, I was at a research university for many years and an AAU at that. Do I believe that Southern University can get to the Research 1 designation? Yes, I do. Question is, does Southern University believe it can get to the Research 1 designation? Because if Southern University believes it and is willing to put in the work, and if there is support and buy-in from the board, from the legislature, from the governor, from private partners, if there is buy-in for that, I don't see why Southern University cannot reach a Research 1 designation. But it takes a lot of work, and it takes investment of resources into the institution, particularly in the area of research, in order to get there. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the one and only HBCU system had a Research 1 university among it? Currently, among HBCUs, there are no R1s. Howard University was once an R1, but no longer is. But there are a number of HBCUs who are engaged in research and who are working toward that. And the wonderful thing is, and I'm getting to the crux of this question, do I believe it? I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist. I believe Southern can do it. I believe there are several other HBCUs that can do it. And I'm going to be in a meeting on next week. There's a meeting of 1890 HBCU presidents, and I know Southern University will be at the table represented. There's Dr. Belton. But we're going to meet with there's a meeting called by the 1890 Council of Presidents with the director of the National Science Foundation. And what are we going to talk about? Is how to build up HBCUs with funding, how to increase the funding going to HBCUs from the National Science Foundation. That's a key component in building the university to get to a Research 1. Some of the things that you have to do in a Research 1, of course, they count the number of degrees, the number of faculty involved, the amount of resources and the infrastructure, and the amount of research grants, et cetera. All of those things matter when it comes to designation as a Research 1, and you're going to have to check all the boxes in order to get to that level. So I leave it as I started it. Is Southern University ready to move to a Research 1? And I, as a chancellor, as a chancellor of Southern University, as president of the system, I would be happy to take the charge and to make the effort. And one thing that happens, one thing I learned when I was at Florida, at the big research university, one of the things they were doing is that they would set goals, lofty goals. They wanted to be a top 10 university, top 10 public research university. They were in around 20th or so. But they reached top 10 around 2013, 2014. But it was about 10 years or more of work that led to that, and several presidents. So we got to get in our mind that it is not, there's a president that can begin the initiative, and sometimes it's going to take leaders down the road to carry the baton across the finish line. So that's one thing to keep in mind, that when you set a big goal, when you set a broad goal, be patient. Give it time. Continue to nurture it. Continue to work on it. Give it all you got. And at the end of the day, you can reach that goal. Now, I'm not a person with a great amount of patience, so I like to see things happen now. Can it happen in 3 years or 5 years? If you get the financial support and investment and resources, and the people of Southern University want it badly enough, it can happen in a much shorter period of time.
Let's follow up to that from Laronica Conway, who is an alum. Her question is, what is the difference between Southern versus the U.S. News and World Report top 5 HBCUs? And the second question, what would it take for Southern University to be viewed as a top 5 HBCU?
Oh, excellent question. I think I want to commend Southern University because Southern is a top 20 HBCU right now. It is, I believe, around number 19, I believe, in the last U.S. News and World Report. Southern is number 9 in public HBCUs, and I always look at, and this is one thing I do at our university. I should say we do, because as part of the cabinet, we go through this exercise of what does it take to get our university moving up in U.S. News rankings and other rankings around the country. There are several categories, not categories, but there's several criteria that U.S. News and World Report uses. One of the most important and one of the weightiest of them all, right, is student success. It's going to be student success. And I think, I look at it this way. You look at what those universities, and we focus on the public universities, which of those, what are the graduation rates at those universities? What is, and in a sense, there is a bit of a competition in there. But number one is North Carolina A&T. North Carolina A&T, yes, we're watching there. Their rates are in the mid-50s and moving up. They're not standing still. And so that's one of the challenges when you want to get into the game of competitiveness and reaching the top. In order to get to the top, you've got to do more than you're currently doing. You've got to give more than you're currently giving, and then you have to do more than your competitor. So there is an awful lot of work that is involved. To answer the question more fully, I think the question was, what kinds of things would you have to do? It's student success is one of the criteria in those rankings. Another criteria is like funding support. They even look at salary levels of faculty salaries and things like that comparatively. They look at institutional support, how what the institution's budget is, what the expenditures are based on, and there's also a peer review. I'm sorry, not a peer review, but a peer response that, we all get these surveys annually where we have to rank our peers. So it is important that the great things that are going on at Southern University throughout the year are published and known. That is through social media and through other mediums of expression, other media of expression, that we get the word out to people of the great things going on at Southern, because the peers get a chance to vote, if you will, on those rankings that come out by the U.S. News and World Report. So it's all of those academic things. It's giving this academic excellence thrust within the university. And if you keep that thrust alive within the university, you'll see Southern University moving up. I'm fortunate to say that we at UAPB have been moving up in the rankings. A lot of that has to do with the success we've had with student success, with moving those metrics in the area of retention and graduation.
Thank you. Both Kevin Taylor Jarrell and Carlos Brister asked the question, what would your first 100 days look like as President Chancellor? Wonderful.
Thank you for that question. The first 100 days I imagine would be a whirlwind of activity. The first 100 days, you've got to reach out. Reach inward to the campus and outward to the public. The Chancellor and President Chancellor becomes the face of the university, one of the many faces of the university, a key face. And the President needs to be visible, needs to be seen, needs to visit every campus, needs to hold sessions at every campus, needs to let people hear from him or her, needs to hear from the people on the campuses, and even on the campuses within the sectors of the campuses. The president in the first 100 days needs to get out and meet the alumni. And that's something that I did at the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. In my first, I guess it was more than 100 days, probably took me about 6 months to get out to a number of our alumni association clubs and groups so that they could get to know me, so that we can have an opportunity where I get to talk to them and I get to hear from them, I get to meet them individually. I think that's going to be very, very important in the first 100 days. And because I consider myself a fundraiser extraordinaire, I would find it very important to touch base. One of the first few calls you need to make are to your major donors. You don't want to get in 6 months or a year later and you're just calling the biggest donors to the university. Because one thing we learn in development is that your next biggest gift is likely to come from somebody who's already given to you. So you need to be out there, and you need to get out there, and you need to meet those people, and you need to do those things. So if one of the things you don't want to do in the first 100 days is come out with a whole lot of edicts and policies and resolutions, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. However, what does happen not only in the first 100 days, but in the first year, as you're learning the system and learning your role and getting active with the people in the system, one of the things that is very important is that you're getting feedback. You're getting this constant amount of feedback. You're even putting out questions so that you get responses. And when opportunities come, within that first year, or even in the first couple of years, before you're able to get everything under wraps, you've got to move when the opportunity presents itself. So even if it happens within the first 20 days and there's some things you've got to pick up and hit the ground running. You can't wait and say, oh no, I'm just new and I'm in my first 100 days. No, there are a number of things that are already active that the folks here in the system are already engaged in, things you're already working on. You need to keep on working on those. You need to keep pushing those forward and not let any of that slack, so that the university, while your new leader is kind of getting their footing, while they're getting their footing, the university system continues to move forward.
Another question from Afia Richardson from the SGA. What are the top 2 issues you have encountered during your current presidency, and how did you ensure the outcome was positive?
The top 2 issues in my current presidency, I've got one, and it's COVID. That's probably a top issue for the health emergency that COVID presented for our universities. It's probably for every president in the country one of the top 2 issues that they'll face. It's in a career, because there's absolutely nothing that prepares you for a health emergency such as COVID. And it required very intentional actions on behalf of the administration, early and often. It required us to up our game in terms of our engagement with the campus and community, and it required us to up our game when it came to our communication networks. It required us to up our game in terms of our decision making and our data gathering and our information sharing in preparation for decision making. There have been no other time where so many difficult decisions had to be made and as this. So I think in answer to the question, how did it come out? The story's still being written as it relates to COVID. We're still working through some of those major challenges and difficulties, but I think we're working it through. The second biggest one that I will, because we've had lots of challenges, but I want to get to the second biggest one, that has hit us, and it actually happened after COVID. In last year, you might remember, around February of last year, a year ago, we had one of the biggest snowstorms in the history of the state of Arkansas. And that's the same storm system that hit Texas and basically shut down Texas. Well, that storm basically shut down Pine Bluff because not only was there snow and ice on the ground, not only were we in the midst of a pandemic, but we lost water pressure in the city almost completely. And if you've got students in residence halls, you've got, I mean, it's a real crisis at that moment. So how did we get through it? We took some would say drastic measures. I think they were common sense measures to protect and look out for the welfare and safety of our students. So when the plumbing stopped working and other things, we needed to come up with a plan quickly. So we loaded students on buses, got them some nice hotel rooms in Little Rock, and we let them continue until the water problem subsided. How did they turn out? It turned out successfully. Looking back on it, when you're dealing with matters like that, which are outside of the control of your institution, they're outside of the control of really the utilities in some sense, there is not a whole lot you can do about it. You must turn your focus to the people who serve and the people you serve. Focus on the students. Focus on their well-being. Make sure they're being well-fed. Make sure they're getting the opportunity to continue their graduation success. Make sure they're getting make sure they've got the computers. Make sure they've got the Wi-Fi. Make sure those are things that we need to work on, and make sure the faculty is cared for as well, and the staff, so that your university, and the university system in this case, does not falter in the midst of a crisis. You've got to be one that is able to, in the midst of a crisis, to show optimism and then to achieve it. That is, to go out and achieve those things that you need for the students, and never stop asking those questions. And if you have to call the governor in the middle of it, do it. You call the governor. You say, Governor, I need your help. I need you to do that because the governor has access to resources and other things, and that is what I did, and that is what shortened that crisis. It was a call that I made to the governor, and the governor came down to Pine Bluff, and things started moving rapidly thereafter.
Thank you. Again, another question that has come from several students, Alton L.B. Harris, this is a member of the SGA, no name, and Jennifer Pickens, who is a member of the Chancellor Royal Court. And they're all asking, essentially, if you're selected, how will you integrate all of the campuses? Southern Baton Rouge is the landmass, and sometimes the other campuses are overlooked. How do you plan to help SUNO, SUSLA, and the Law Center?
Wonderful. I'm going to count on them. I'm going to count on those students who in student leadership and Royal Court and various areas like that of the other of this campus and the other campuses to step up on that one. Because it's not going to be somebody comes in and somebody gives a direction, and then people act and respond to it, and you get what you want. If your goal is to get greater integration of work and activities, if your goal is to have a greater relationship with all of the system campuses, I can help facilitate, but that effort must come from within. The students have to be vigilant about that effort in order for it to be a success, and I think it can. And I would like to see it happen.
Let's shift. Nalone Sims, I hope I pronounced that correctly, ask the question. In a recent study by Forbes, it's being concluded that the state of Louisiana has underfunded Southern University by about $1.3 billion. What are some steps you can take to acquire those funds for Southern University?
Wow. What's that number,
$1.3 billion.
Wow. Enough to fund the master plan. Yeah. It would be good if we could go to the legislature and ask them and say, pony up. You owe it. I presume what we're talking about are matching funds, or underfunding in general over time. I think what we've seen happen is that universities, and we just read just yesterday, I think the story came out on Tennessee State University obtaining, or at least they haven't obtained, but the governor proposed to the legislature some $250 million to go to Tennessee State University for buildings, infrastructure, and things of that sort on its campus. Prior to that happening, there was a study done, recommended within the Tennessee legislature, and I believe it was the Black Caucus, but I could be wrong, but there was a group in the Tennessee legislature that called for a study to happen and to occur so that it could be examined and they could verify where that university had been underfunded for so many years and how much. And I think they came out with a number that was much larger than $250 million. I forget what the actual final number was, but it was hundreds of millions more. But I would say if they get the $250 million from the state of Tennessee, I call that a great start. And wouldn't it be wonderful if that start was replicated across this nation? And that's the way it should begin, with a study of what actually the numbers are within the state, have it done, interestingly, by the body that's in charge of appropriations for the state, and then come out with that final determination for how the state can address it. Is that possible here in the state of Louisiana, that the Louisiana legislature, that the governor would propose and the legislature accept that kind of a proposal for Southern University? I'm willing to see. Let's see if that can happen at this university. I'm not enough of a soothsayer to predict that it would. I do know how tough things can be in this legislature. I am not naive. I've worked closely with the legislature in Arkansas. I am not naive to the practices and policies and et cetera. Yes, we've worked in various administrations. In Arkansas, the legislature is a majority Republican, both in the House and Senate. The governor is a Republican. And by the way, the governor is Asa Hutchinson, who I consider a personal friend and a friend of our university. But I believe it's going to take that kind of concerted effort. And then getting, once again, those partners, the voices beyond Southern University, the captains of industry, to come in support of that kind of effort. If it's possible, it remains to be seen.
Continuing on that vein, a question from Kevin Taylor. How have you had to work with state and legislative bodies and governors?
Yes, thank you for that question. I started into that response, but yes, that's one of the things that I think we've done well in my administration at Arkansas, at University of Arkansas Pine Bluff, is that we've had to work with our legislators. We've had to work with the governor And it's interesting because when you work with them, you get an understanding of their challenges as well. And so you understand why it's difficult to get everything you need when you want it. But I've found in that process, and let me tell you, going through the legislative process, that can be very frustrating at times, because you can't always. It's not a situation where you ask, it happens, and it's received. No, many times you ask, and then you work on it, and work on it, and work on it, and work on it, and that's behind the scenes. You work on it, and then in the end, there's an end product, perhaps, of resources that comes to university, and it's not really, often, it's not what you asked for. It's not what you were seeking. It's less. So you have to have lots of patience and fortitude to go through that process to get the results that you want. We've been fortunate that we've been working in the legislature and our legislative delegation and the governor, and we've gotten some resources from the governor for various things, including additional matching monies, because we're not at 100% on our 1890 match, our land grant match, additional matching monies in each year of the governor's administration. We've gotten additional funds. Well, we recently got funds from the governor for women's athletics, and that was a significant contribution, about $1.6 million. And we've also, we've got in the Black Caucus, one of our senators, Senator Chesterfield, put forward a bill which the Black Caucus supported greatly for HBCUs to get additional funding specifically for student scholarships. And they've been very successful twice in coming up with additional funds specifically for HBCUs in the state of Arkansas to go towards student scholarships.
Continuing in the vein and talking about resources, Carlos Brister asked the question, he's from Student Government Association, how would you ensure non-academic support services are well-resourced?
Well, I think that it's necessary for any leader, the leader of the university, the leader of the system, to have a broad mind about the institution. And that comes from living the life in higher education. And I've lived in higher education for some 35 years. But I've also been a student many times over. And I understand that it's not just the academic portion. As a matter of fact, when I started at the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff, we had a very small cabinet. We had a cabinet of you had the academic affairs, you had the business affairs, and you had student affairs. What I did was I broadened the cabinet. And the reason I broadened the cabinet was so that we could hear at every cabinet meeting about the needs, the resources, how things are going within the various other aspects of the university. So I brought in the athletics director, is now a part of the cabinet. I brought in the enrollment management and student success. They're a part of the cabinet. Brought in development and advancement. That's now part of the cabinet. And now Vice Chancellor for research. It's important for the folks who are your leaders of the university to hear from those constituents on an ongoing basis. I hear from them at every single cabinet meeting and at every single opportunity to go out. So I think it's a matter of fairness. I think it's a matter of accountability that we take care of our university more broadly. And so part of that responsibility is to make sure that those who work in the non-academic areas feel supported, that they are supported and that they feel supported.
Thank you. Continuing to talk about accountability, again, from Kevin Taylor and from Alton L.B. Harris, similar question. How has your experience been working directly with deans on holding faculty accountable to ensure a better class experience for students? And additional words, how do you plan on making a good return on investment and ensure a student is prepared for the real world?
Very excellent questions in that. On the first part of that question, I think it's our duty and responsibility to hold deans accountable for faculty preparation, but also on a university-wide level and perhaps even on a system-wide level to put some things in place that faculty and employees and staff can take advantage of in terms of professional development to improve their performance in the classroom and outside of the classroom, to make them better faculty. My philosophy as a teacher, and you can see in my resume, I've been rewarded several times over at the University of Florida for teaching and for research, but a lot for teaching. And the reason is that I spent a lot of my time and resources on teaching. I never went to a teaching school. I never went to a class in school in teaching methods where they teach you how to teach. I learned from using some of the same and similar tactics as the greatest teachers out there. And so what we've got to do is, in a university system like this, is bring together those resources of our best and share it. We've got to promote a culture of sharing. And when you promote that culture of sharing, and when you have a system in which sharing becomes a priority, you will see quality improve. And it's all about continuous improvement, continuous quality improvement of the system. It's not about improving just for the sake of accreditation. It's not about improving just for the sake of winning an award or getting some kind of a raise or promotion. It's about getting it for the students. It's about each and every faculty taking a personal responsibility to check themselves and examine themselves before class and after class to see if they're reaching students. Because the key, I think, to excellence in teaching is reaching the student. If you can reach the student, they're here. They certainly can learn. They're capable. They're capable of doing wonderful things. But you got to reach them. And I think, yes, my experience is that you do hold deans accountable for it. You hold department chairs. And this is where I may differ from some or differ from the question, is that I think it's a department chair role and responsibility to help make sure that the experience in their discipline, right, is at its best. So if I was having this conversation with them, I would enlist not only top administrators in academic affairs, but deans and department chairs in that conversation about how do we improve teaching, how do we get better at it, because that goes to the core of our ability to move the metrics on student retention and graduation. The second part of that question has to do with the use of resources for getting students prepared to go out into the world and to do that. I love that question. I love that question because that's the focal point. That's one of the great focal points of my current strategic planning that we're going through on our campus. Because I want to focus on post-graduation success. People ask me sometimes, how do you define student success? And, well, you know, retention, progression, graduation. Yeah, that's the way you define success, but I define it a little broadly. I define it, student success, from the time you're recruiting a student, whether they're in high school or on the job, right? When you're recruiting a student to come into the university, to the time after that student has graduated and then has gotten either gainfully employed, either admitted and become a part of a graduate program or a professional school, but they're on their way. They've gotten not only through the academics of 4 years, but they are on a career path. And I think that's where we come in. And that's where I want our folks in the university to collaborate and to talk about that. Sure, we have an Office of Career Services. Shucks, we got an enrollment management division. But enrollment management and career success is not the job of any one office. It's the job of many of us. We all have a role to play. Alumni have a role to play in that. Alumni have a role to play in helping us in getting more internships for our students where they work, and going in and asking their employer, hey, how about starting a new internship program at Southern University? Have you thought about bringing on an intern next summer at the university? Alumni can be greatly influential and a great core partner in that post-graduation success of students. So certainly, I would be working as a system head, and system leader, and chancellor to get more opportunities for students in internships, but just like it's not one person or one office's work or responsibility in recruitment and getting students here, it's not any one office or responsibility to getting them the resources that they need to move to that next step and move to that next stage and continue their career development, because it pays off. It pays off, particularly if we maintain those ties and connections with our greatly successful students. Our students are gonna remember their alma mater. They're going to give back to their alma mater because they remember how well their alma mater and the role that their alma mater played in achieving their success after college.
Continuing in that vein to talk about alumni, the question from alum Georgette Carter, who's the third vice president of the Alumni Federation, and she asked, the Southern University Alumni Federation has been a supportive entity to the university, which includes assisting with recruitment and helping students problem solve issues with admissions, housing, and financial aid concerns. There are approximately 30 passionately active alumni chapters outside of the Louisiana area, as far as California, Phoenix, Chicago, Washington, D.C., Maryland, Florida, and Texas, just to name a few. What is your experience with working with alumni chapters at your university, and how would you incorporate the Alumni Federation in your role if you are chosen as the President Chancellor?
Well, thank you. Thank you for that question from the Southern University Alumni Federation, and a great greeting and salutation to you. I'm going to start my response to that question with my first experiences with alumni, because it shapes my views on alumni and the kinds of things that could be done and that we did do. I got involved with alumni when I was a faculty member at the University of Florida. At the University of Florida, I had the great honor of being selected as the university's 12th Distinguished Alumni Professor, right? 12th Distinguished Alumni Professor. That is an award and a great honor at the university. It's a university level award. It comes with money, and it comes with an expense account, and it comes with some perks, like 50-yard line seats at all Gator games. Yes. So, but in return, it was a great honor and great award. Only one is chosen every 2 years. So I was the 12th one chosen in the history of that entire university. And what the expectation is, it has nothing to do with me being an alum of the university. Most people who get this award are not graduates of the university. But it has everything to do with working with the Alumni Association of the university. So what also came with that was two other perks. One, was working as a member of the board of the National Alumni Association. So they actually took me, a faculty member, gave me this grand award and put me on the board with the Alumni Association board. The second thing that they did was that they put me on the University Athletic Association board, right? So that I would know what's going on in athletics. I would have a front seat to everything there. I would have a front seat to the Alumni Association, but in return, and there was a stipend, but in return, they expected some work. So what I did, what my primary responsibility was to go out to all of the Gator clubs and speak with alumni of the University of Florida, was to go out and visit with them. And what did I talk about? Talk about my research, talk about my experiences at the university, talk about my teaching. And I had about 2 or 3 really good stump talks that I used throughout the Gator Nation. But what it did was my work with the Alumni Association within the board gave me insight into how that really can work at a very high level of a university, the relationship with the university and its alumni association, or in this case, the Alumni Federation, right? And so I came on to UAPB and I was happy to have the opportunity to go out and work very closely, and I worked closely, mostly working with the presidents and the boards of the National Alumni Association at UAPB. And I already mentioned my visits to those cities, to visit with alumni groups, but we've done a number of things together. Chief among them, I'm glad they mentioned, recruitment of students. That is something we have partnered with our Alumni Association on, and we are grateful at the university for the work of our Alumni Association, the contributions that they give in terms of their time, their talent, and their treasure to supporting the efforts, especially to all of our efforts, whether they be athletics or student recruitment, but especially in the area of student recruitment and student success, because we've had several fundraisers around the issue of student success to find funding to help our students complete. And our Alumni Association has been very good about giving donations to the university, which the university allocates, and in some cases that the Alumni Association will allocate on their own to students from their cities, from their host cities and whatnot. So that's a very, very good relationship that we have with them. They even, one of the things that we did that was somewhat innovative is that we actually started recruitment efforts at the summer conference. And so the alumni now, actually before COVID, has actually turned over the day to the university to do things and to do programming at the alumni conference so that we are together recruiting students, so that recruits who come into these major cities where we hold these meetings have the opportunity to engage alumni of the university. And I'm gonna tell you, the folks who sell the university best, alumni can sell the university very well. Students of the university become great ambassadors for selling the university well. So I see it, and I commend the Southern Alumni Federation for the work that they're doing in terms of outreach to assist students, in terms of assisting the university with getting students in and getting students stabilized so that they stay at the university through graduation. And I would certainly look forward to that kind of a partnership, not only Southern Baton Rouge, but throughout the system, And it may be a little challenging because in the alumni area, alumni tend to have their allegiance to an institution and not a system, right? Alumni say, I graduated from this institution. They typically don't say I graduated from this system. So that might present some barriers, some challenges that they want to overcome. But in overcoming them, I would advise them to focus on those things that they can do together. Those things, and there are going to be myriad opportunities for us to show a unified effort among alumni, among students, among student groups, among faculty, a unified effort of a system, because that means we're leaning into our brand. And our brand is the only HBCU system. And wouldn't it be great? See, part of that story is about how, as a system, as a collective, as a statewide entity, right, we were able to elevate the entire system and benefit the entire state of Louisiana.
Thank you. Now, question from Ms. Lori Lewis Connerly, who is the president of the Central Texas chapter. Her question is, many critical staff pay are below the federal poverty line. Do you have a plan for addressing pay equity?
You know, yeah, pay equity and the severe underpayment is real concern for us across the board. That's something that our university has worked on diligently to address, particularly with our full-time employees who've been there many years and who've worked a long time and have given dedicated, committed service to the university. And we went through a plan and executed a plan for bringing those that were under $30,000 at least up to the $30,000 level. Our plan was to put in place a living wage so that people who are working for our university, they have families, they're able to better support their families. And coming into the Southern system, that's something certainly you want to look at, want to give attention to, want to involve others in the conversation so that there is an understanding of the need for doing it, and then an understanding of how we're going to go about doing it, and then broad and widespread acceptance of it, because I think it goes to the heart of morale issues at a university or at any organization that's where folks are working and giving it their all and cannot achieve a livable wage. So we would find ways to prioritize that. I do understand, I'm not naive to that there are not a lot of places where it can come from. It's not like there's a sack of money hidden there that we can open up and say, we're going to give equitable payments. But I've been at universities, especially when I was at Florida, at a time when we went many years without raises. And I think what the administration did there was to put in bonus plans so that there would be some additional compensation coming to employees in the lean years. And then in years when the legislature did act, which I understand the legislature did act recently in Louisiana on raises here, when the legislature does come around to it, we can do some things internally so that, and I know sometimes they're across the board raises, which doesn't touch the very issue that we want to reach. The other issues that we want to reach are people who are really low paid and people who we want to raise up. And so I think it takes a lot of work on the part of administrators to devise such a plan, but I certainly would be willing to engage in the process that it takes to get us there.
Thank you. Here, a question from three different people, but a very similar question from Roman Holiday from the Student Government Association, from Nalone Sumo from the SGA, and also again from Ms. Lori Lewis Connerly from the Central Texas chapter. And it involves the current President Chancellor presented the strategic plan for Southern University. Imagine 20K. Do you plan to continue with this administration's strategic plan, and are there any areas in Imagine 20K that you would change? And again, that's the same that Nalome is asking. And Ms. Connerly is saying that the alumni chapters are committed to supporting the university's Imagine 20K. So would you continue it, and what would you change?
Wonderful. That is, I looked at that master plan and I just said, wow. Well, let me just say, first I saw it on social media, probably when it was released, and I remember there was lots of excitement in the release of the master plan, because it was in dollars enormous, $800 million plan, and I tell you one thing I like about the plan. I like the plan because you dream big. And I believe that you never get to the far levels if you don't dream at some point in time of what the future could be like. But I want to interject in the midst of the dream a dose of reality. And that is, it is very hard and very difficult to get an entire master plan funded in states where they're cash strapped, and in states where they have not had a history of providing sufficient and large amount of resources to higher education. That is a heavy lift, $800 million. But I was really pleased to see that folks here had done some dreaming, and I saw some of the drawings and plans, and they're impressive. They're impressive. And yes, they would help Southern University advance in a number of ways. And yes, I would be committed to assisting in that. But one of the things that we did, I didn't see it on this plan, but one of the things we did in our master plan was we also included in that master plan, ours wasn't probably that much. Ours was probably north of 150 million. But what we did was we prioritized it. That is, we put a priority list of priority one, and we chopped it up, and there were about 8 or 10 projects in one, about the same number in part two, and about the same number in part three. And just to give you some indication, we completed that planning probably back in 2014. We are just getting to the 2 final projects in the first phase of the plan. There are 2 final projects that we're getting to: a new student union, and a new track and soccer facility. So I like the plan. I like the plan. I think if certainly it's good to have a plan like that, particularly in the context of the earlier question on the resources of, I think it was 1.3 million that the university and university system has been shortchanged for years, and the connection between, okay, so if you were able to achieve the resources, if you were able to do the lobbying, if you were able to pull in the stakeholders, if you were able to get everybody on the same page to say, we're gonna give hundreds of millions of dollars to Southern University, you already have the plan of where it's going to go. And that can be very important and very valuable in the process of advocating on behalf of the plan. Is that not only are we're not just asking, hey, give us what we haven't gotten over the years. We're showing and demonstrating where those funds are necessary, where they would be placed, and how, and do more on how they would impact not only Southern University, but the state of Louisiana. That's where we have to focus our efforts.
Thank you. While we're talking about that, we actually have 2 questions. One, Scott Herndon, who is an alum, and Monique Edwards, who is a member of the faculty. And the question is, please share your experience in philanthropy with specific examples of donor cultivation. And the other question, very similar, what are some of your ideas on how the system can raise dollars for scholarships and infrastructure?
Okay. Yes, and I've had the opportunity to gain some very valuable experience in fundraising. And I have a vice chancellor for institutional advancement. He and I work very closely hand in hand. We talk every day, if not every other day. And I am committed, and I have committed, at least in my mind, that I must spend about 50% of my time or more, not less than 50%. 50% of my time or more should be dedicated to resource development. Now, that may not be exclusively fundraising in the traditional sense, but it's resource development, whether that is more funding from legislature, whether it's more funding from foundations and other sources, or whether it's from innovative and enterprising and entrepreneurial practices that we're working on to generate more revenue for the university. That's the kind of time that I think is needed. That's the kind of time it takes, especially if you're in an under-resourced environment. You need that from the leadership of the institution, because people like to give. They like to give to. They want to see the face of the university. They want to visit with you personally. So you have to be able to devote that time and commitment to it. And you asked for a couple of examples of fundraising, and I'm pleased and proud that over the last 8.5 years that we've gotten more than 40 major gifts to the university. I define a major gift as $100,000 and above. So there have been more than 40 6- and 7-figure gifts to the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. And let me just tell you, that's a lot more than we were getting before I arrived. I'm pleased that we were able to invest in the staff needed to make that happen. I'm glad that we have folks who are committed to making it happen. Our two largest gifts, I'll talk about those. One came from Simmons Bank, which is located in Pine Bluff. And we've had a relationship with Simmons going back to the 60s, but we had not had a major gift coming from them. And that's something that we went to Simmons with to do things for our athletics program, because that's where the donor's interest was. You have to follow the interest of the donor. Donor's interested in athletics. Donor wants branding opportunities. So we brought them a proposal for new turf in the football field and new jumbotron type scoreboard, and we got both. What a relief it was. Let me just say how grateful I am that they did it. But in my fundraising mind, I'm thinking, gosh, those are two major projects that I no longer have to raise for. I can devote my energies to other projects and other needs we have at the university. The other major gift which started with my cultivation back in 2018 was $2.2 million from the Wingate Foundation, and that came in 2018 or 2019. But that was a cultivation period of first inviting the Wingate Foundation funds art and art projects and art education. So it started with inviting them to the campus, and then introducing them to everyone. They were really sold, I think. What really helped us in this regard was meeting our students. We got them to engage with the students, and the students. I just think that, and that's why in understanding a university, it takes the entire village coming together at given times, right, to just play their role. Just talk to these donors about the things you do as a student, about your experiences as students, because they don't hear that every day. And we were very pleased to get a donation from $2.2 million. We've gotten several more donations from both of those organizations since then. So that leads back to the remark I made at the very beginning. Where's your next major donation coming from? It's very likely coming from somebody who's already giving to you because you've got the established relationship, and you must show results. Show good results. And I think we've gotten adept at that at our university, and that's something I would bring here. The last part of the question had something to do with fundraising for the system. Let me think about that one some more. Because when I think of fundraising, and I'm thinking of resource development, the role that this person plays, the role that I would have to play as president, is going to be representing the system in the legislature, for example. And so I'm going to be looking at opportunities to seek funding on behalf of a system on things that we will do and have agreed on collaboratively, as well as things and projects that may come up for individual campuses. So that's where it begins in thinking about the process. But as we go forward, see, I don't know, standing here today, what that connectivity is and how the relationships connect between the campuses. That's going to be very important and vital if a major donor is going to give to it, because major donors are going to want assurances, right, that of accountability on the back end of how that will happen on the various campuses. So it may be, there's some additional complexities that come with the notion of system-wide fundraising. System-wide support, check, yes, you got it. System-wide help, I will be there for you. Show up, assist us in this, you got that kind of commitment from me.
Okay. Thank you very much. Actually, two questions. One from Scott Herndon, again, alum. This person didn't sign. You currently serve on the NCAA Division I Presidential Forum. With your athletic experience, what strategies and plans do you envision to increase the profile of Jaguar athletics, improve athletic funding, and provide more support to our student athletes?
It's a good question, and I appreciate the question. Yes, I do serve on the NCAA Presidential Forum. Incidentally, my role on the forum is to represent the SWAC. So when I'm on the forum, I'm representing Southern University as well as the other institutions in the SWAC. That's a good question, and I tell you one thing that I will do from the perspective of that role, assuming if I come here, the SWAC would allow me to retain that role. One thing I would love to do is to continue that advocacy that we have, because we talk quite a bit in there about the sharing of resources. As you know, the NCAA just recently had its annual convention. I was in Indianapolis, it was about 2 weeks ago for the convention. And the NCAA just passed a new constitution, but they left some other things intact. They left the current level of shared support to universities. So the monies that come directly to institutions from the NCAA is not increased, but it hasn't decreased, and that's a good sign. I'm very actively engaged with our athletics director and with our institutional advancement unit on fundraising in the area of athletics. I like athletics. I like sports. I'm a cheerleader, but I'm not just a cheerleader for football and basketball. And by the way, Southern didn't have to beat us both in men and women last weekend, but they did. You did. Congratulations. But I'm a cheerleader for when, I guess Southern is still exacting revenge for that little football game we had about a year ago. You might remember. Oh, you've forgotten that one. Okay. I get it. The there are. I love athletics. I love not only football and basketball, but all of our sports. I try to get out to support it whenever I can, but I certainly support it through the athletics director and our very capable staff in the Department of Athletics. And one of the things that we do is almost all of my conversations are about revenue production, because that is so vital and so important, not just at UAPB, but at Southern University and at all of our institutions in the SWAC, is revenue production. We need to increase revenue. And so am I willing to put in the time and give that support? Yes. I'm doing it right now in my current job. I'm doing it. I was on the phone with the AD last night. We talk every day as well, me and the AD. And a lot of that conversation is about our next opportunities and lining things up. Because athletics is not cheap. Those of you who are in it know it. And it's not just a matter of buying uniforms and putting them on the field. No, there's a lot of expenses behind athletics, and there are a lot of needs that we are at the margins on, trying to provide and sustain. And so I'd like to see athletics move above that to that entire next level, where it's being supported largely by community revenue. That is, by attendance at games, by paying, by boosters, by others who have the resources to give and who are elevating the program. Shucks, why can't it be supported like LSU? Why not? LSU gets the support. But I think over the years, I think the people and the graduates are supporting Southern University, those who have supported them over the years. But each year, Southern graduates another 700, 800 new graduates. We've got to make sure our graduates are helping to support, make sure our graduates are staying connected with the university, because guess what? There was a time in our history when we didn't have, or we didn't make enough to give back to the university. But some of these salaries of some of our people who are graduating these days, they can give a little back to the university. And it's not always how much you give, it's that you give. What would happen if every single graduate of the school committed themselves to giving at least $25 to $50 a year to their alma mater? What difference would that make? Well, it'd make a huge difference in a couple of ways. It'd make a huge difference in the dollars that are collected, and it would make a huge difference in terms of our ability to raise funds, because we would be able to represent to potential donors that we have an alumni base that's fully committed to giving back to their university and supporting it with the dollars that they have. So now we're asking for your support to join us. Join us. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you a little story that's related to that. We did an ask on a major athletic ask, and I got a letter back from the donor turning us down. Actually, he wrote to the athletics director, and this is a true story, turning us down for the donation. And he said, but before we enter and engage in a major gift like that, we would like to see how much, what percentage of your alumni is giving to the university. I mean, they spell it out. They don't make any secrets about it. It's a well-known fact. So that becomes a very important part of our ability to do that. But I'm committed to helping athletics. Why? Let me just flip that question over. Why do you support athletics? I mean, this is an academic institution, first and foremost. Athletics, it's not really core mission, is it? I always say you can't have a university without academics, but you can have a university without athletics. There's many of them out there. But athletics Athletics is important to that outward facing of the university. If we want to attract people to the institution and interest them in what we're doing, what better way is it than getting them interested in our sports? There's some people who don't go to Southern, never graduated from Southern, maybe never set foot on campus. But if you talked about, oh, our championship team in volleyball, oh, now you got their interest. Oh, now they're interested in, oh, how do you do that? Oh, they're champions. Oh, they're the best. People want to give to the best, right? So when you say, wow, well, we've got the best this or the best that, yeah, people will want to give to it. But athletics, it is often said, is the front porch to the university. I don't know if I agree with that total analogy, but it certainly is a door, a major access point by which the public can access the university, right? Even without ever taking a class or without engaging in faculty and with other students, they can access the university. I used to go to every home game at Florida Field, now called Steve Spurrier Stadium. 90,000 people, and a lot of the people I was sitting next to and around never went to the university, but they held those season tickets and they paid a premium to get them. So we've got to get used to those things, paying a premium on top of the actual ticket price for the game, because that goes into the support of athletics. And the more we can engage at that level, the more we can raise the athletics program to the next level at this university, and then have it carry on in support of the core academic mission of the university. One last point. One thing I learned, one big lesson I learned at the University of Florida when I was on the board of the Athletic Association. One of the big lessons I learned is how well academics and athletics can coexist. I know people look at athletics and they cuss and swear about coaches' salaries and whatnot. Yeah, that's right. Coaches make a lot of money. Not our coaches, but coaches at, say, Power Five conferences. They make lots of money. But what happens is, what they're not counting is that academics and athletics, of course, as long as you're doing it with compliance, with accountability, the right way, and so winning team and winning at success means a winning institution, right? And what we need to do as leaders, the way I see my role and the way I perceive it, is to put people, students, others, in position to win. That's what that question was about students who and their post-graduation success. We need to prepare them to win. We need to prepare faculty. There was a question about that. How do you get faculty to teach better and hold deans accountable? That's about putting faculty in position to win. We want to put department chairs, right? Give them the resources that they need, give them the professional development that they need so that they are in position to win. The same is true for our deans and for the cabinet level and for the university as a whole. So when everybody's in position to win, and then they go out and execute their job and duties responsibly, the university and the university system wins.
Thank you. Very similar question from Malik Smith, who is in admissions and recruitment, Nalom Sumo, who's part of the SGA, and Scott Herndon. The question is, you were recently appointed as chair of the Board for International Food and Agricultural Development by President Biden. How do you plan to use that position and those connections to create opportunities for Southern University Ag Center? And another piece of that is, what security do we have that your recent appointment as chair will not interfere with your role here at Southern University?
Oh, good questions. Yes, it is true. I was appointed recently by President Biden to chair the BIFAD, the Board of International Food and Agricultural Development. That is an organization. It's been around since 1975. It is a panel that is advisory to USAID, and as you know, USAID provides does work in developing nations as it relates to agriculture and food. And the idea of the BIFAD is to bring the academic expertise of higher education to bear in terms of the advice and counsel and information that we bring to the attention of the USAID. I'm just starting on this journey. The appointment was, I think, January 14th, and I haven't had my first meeting yet. As a matter of fact, I've had lots of phone conversations with the staff in Washington, but thank God there is a staff, or else I could not have accepted a position such as this. It would interfere with my duties at my institution. So I did ask before I took the position, how much of my time is this going to take? What is expected of me? And I was assured that the staff could handle the day-to-day responsibilities. I would be on calls with them maybe up to an hour, maybe once a week. And I think, except when they're preparing for a meeting, which is about twice a year or so, then I may have some 3-hour calls. But I don't believe that, I think that the other part of the question was, how would it help assist in sort of giving exposure and things like that to the Ag Center, to the Agriculture Center, Agriculture Research Center, and I think that's why I took it, by the way. That's why I was excited to get it, was because of the opportunities to represent the university and to bring to the nation some of the great things that are going on at the university, and not just my university, but at 1890 research universities. There are only 19 of us out there. We're in 1890, Southern is in 1890. And I am the first from an HBCU to chair that board. So it's a real opportunity, and one of the things I did when they asked for my bio, I didn't send my usual bio. I did a little connection and write-up to my School of Agriculture, because that's what I want people to read when they go. If you go to BIFAD page right now, you'll see my picture, same picture that's out there, and you'll see chairman, and the description will be that I'm chancellor there, and that I have a school of ag, and we do ag extension and research and those things. That's very, very important and vital, so that when they see me as chair of the department, they see, okay, that's his connection to agriculture. His very connection to agriculture is his School of Ag there, and I believe the same would be true here at Southern. So I think it is, when I do the cost-benefit analysis of taking on a role that requires external responsibility, I always ask the question, what's in it for, not necessarily me personally, what's in it for my institution? What do we get out of it? And that's what we get out of it, is the enormous exposure that it will get, particularly for agricultural research at the university, and particularly for illustrating to, not just to our country, but to the world. It's an international group, but to the world, look at the things that are happening at this 1890 research institution, this land grant. And I think it puts the whole thing on a different footing. I look back to see, who were some of the former chairs. The former chairs were chairs of much larger universities. One is a former University of Florida president. The last president was the last chair was the president of Mississippi State University. I mean, so they've had, I'm very pleased to be in that company, but I look forward to the benefits that may flow to our universities. I don't know what all the benefits might be, but you can best believe I'll be looking for every opportunity to bring my university into it.
Thank you. This is from Monique, again, who's on the faculty, and similar question from Scott Herndon, alum and student, but they didn't put their name. So the issue is the Board of Supervisors is very hands-on. How would you balance the needs of the system with the desires of board members? The follow-up question on that is, can you describe a situation in which you disagreed with the governing board of your current or previous university and how you handled it?
Okay. How would I handle a hands-on board is what the question was.
And if they disagree.
Yeah, it's about, board relations are very important to the, not only to the executive of the campus, to the leaders to the chancellors of various campuses, but it's also important to everyone that the system president gets off on the right foot with the board and remains on the right foot. You're going to have disagreements from time to time, I'm sure. But I have never come upon a disagreement that has caused any kind of, that has driven a wedge, we put it that way, that has driven a wedge. And I, frankly, maybe I'm just that blessed, maybe we're just fortunate at our university that we just don't have conflicts with the board. That's kind of a little bit of a foreign concept for me, although I report to a system board. So I am much like the chancellors would be in this system, is that they report to a system board through the president. That's the system I'm in. And the president has, and I told you I've learned quite a bit from Dr. Bobbitt, but the president of the University of Arkansas system, is that there's a whole lot that can be done in the communication phase and in the work of the system office to assure that we don't have those kinds of disagreements that would drive a wedge. Sure, as I said, we might disagree on one thing, but one thing I hope we can all agree on: facts and truth. And that's going to be fundamental. Data, facts, and truth are going to be fundamental to getting beyond any sort of disagreement that might arise. Yes.
Great. The next question, about 4 people actually asking a similar question. Amber Fuchow, who is the SUNO SGA president. Jameric, I know I'm just messing up everybody's name, so forgive me right now. Jameric Allen, who is a part of the student government. Amijah Ewell, who is Royal Court, a sophomore, and Tracy Barley from Online Services. And essentially, they're all asking about technology. How would you better elevate and modernize departments? If appointed, what new technology would you bring to the institution? And we're currently in a technology phase where things are drastically changing. What plans do you have in place to take the system to the next level in this 21st century phase? And what is your philosophy of the role of technology in the 21st century in higher education?
Wonderful. Okay. The last part of the question, I think I can answer. The earlier parts, let me try to at least explain that. Well, let me talk about the role of technology in higher education. We've entered a phase now in higher education where technology is not just a helper in what we do every day. It is an absolute necessity And if you don't believe me, think about the days when the technology fails and things grind to a halt, a standstill. It's an absolute necessity for people to do their jobs, for students to do their jobs, and so prioritizing technology for me is easy. The hard part is resourcing it, and I think what I've done in my job in the past is I've been able to give technology a high priority. Let me just say the highest priority, if you will, in some of the more discretionary areas that we have, such as Title III funding. Title III funding has been enormous, an enormous boost for us in terms of dealing with technology. It's been a gift in various other areas as well. But you only have to look back to the pandemic if you want to look for a perfect example of where technology became the premier person in the room was technology, because at that time we had never faced in any of our institutions. We had some faculty who were teaching online. We had some students taking courses online. But virtually overnight, we turned the entire campus, and in this case, the entire system, online, meant dealing with technological gaps in the coverage. And that's where the administration comes in, and that's where the administration needs, and we still do, focus our efforts on technology. And once again, when you've got limited resources, you've got to come up with a prioritization scale. And that's working in concert with the folks in technology and all the stakeholders here. What are the priorities going to be on technology? Because we're gonna have to find the resources to do it. And certainly, because of the necessity that it is, many believe it's something that the state ought to provide. And I believe it's something the state ought to provide. But what are you going to do if the state doesn't provide it? We're not going to sit around and pout. We're going to find other resources wherever we can to meet the need. And so technology is such an important part of higher education today, and to keep our students and faculty and staff and alumni on the front lines, and to keep them abreast of change, and to keep them enabled, it's highly important. The other parts of that question, I don't think I can answer adequately today, because I don't exactly know where Southern University and the Southern University system currently is in the area of technology. So I cannot say where specifically I would prioritize resources or where I would put the resources there. I can give you a commitment to working on technology to prioritize it and to improve the conditions within the system.
Thank you. We have not run out of questions, but we have run out of time. And so I'll ask the last two questions combined from Brianna Brooks, SUNO, Miss Senior, and Senior Class President, and Afia Richardson. And combining their questions, it's what do you think is the most challenging aspect of this position, and what are you going to do to overcome this issue? And the final question would be, what goals do you want to reach during your term as President, Chancellor?
Wow. Well, thank you for that question. And I would say that the second part is what goals. First part is what do you think is the most challenging? Most challenging
part of this job? And how would you overcome it?
Okay. Most challenging part, I think, is going to be that fitting two jobs in one. It is two jobs, make no question about It is the job of oversight with an entire system. It is the job of oversight of an individual campus, the largest in the system, the flagship, and that's currently the job that I do. I oversee a university. That's a part of a system. The challenge is that broader aspect of broadening out, and I think the challenge is going to be, and I think the questions implied it today, is going to be the level of inclusivity and the level of integration between the campuses, between partners, and getting them and lots of questions have been about how do you make them come together, or how do you bring them together? I think that a president would have the ability, on occasion, to bring people together. I mean, we can have events, we can have things to happen, but the president can't sustain that. That's going to have to come from the folks, whether they're students, faculty, or staff, who are on the campuses. They're going to have to pick up the mantle and continue the conversations. I don't mind being the starter or the facilitator of the conversations, but it ought not be the president's responsibility to keep them on, no more than in the current system that I'm in, that the president has to take responsibility for getting us into those relationships. The president can nurture and push, the president can support, and the president should do those things. And we have done some things in relationship and in concert, even this past year, with the University of Arkansas Fayetteville, which is the flagship of our system. And we have put together some things, and meaning the big one in that one, you might not remember, was a football game, which was the first time in history we played the University of Arkansas in Little Rock last October. But what that did was, I think the president may have been involved, the trustees may have been involved in getting that to happen. Certainly the athletics director at Fayetteville had a major hand in getting that to happen, and the chancellor there. But what happened after that is that the campuses came together over various issues, DEI issues, faculty issues, student type things. It really is not, the president has gone on to work on other things. So it's not the president that's going to be the main conduit for the continuous action and activity that you would like to see, that would make you feel more a part of a system. It's going to have to be the leaders on the campuses and the personnel on the campuses talking across their lines and talking across those boundaries and maintaining contact and connections. That's what this is about. So I believe it can be done and it should be done. And the other question was about my goals. That's I don't have like a whole list of specific goals. These are things that I've sort of thought about from looking at things that you've said about yourself, and that I bring from my background and experience of working at an under-resourced HBCU, land grant. One is, of course, continuing the growth of the university. That's going to be number one. We're going to continue to grow in size, continue to grow the university in stature. The university has increased its stature, I said at the top, on the Carnegie Research 2 designation for high research activity. One thing you got to do when you get into the Carnegie 2 step is maintain the Carnegie 2, because you can lose it. And you don't want to lose it once you gain it. So there are some things that will have to go in place strategically to make sure. Now, if your goal is to get to number one, and you're working toward number one, you can work toward the goal. You don't have to worry about two, because you're aiming for one and you're never going to drop. So another goal would be leveraging the proximity of the state capitol by building stronger relationships with the governor. and with the legislature. I know you have a relationship with the governor and the legislature. I think the next leader should come in and strengthen those relationships, have the kind of ties. I've got the kind of experience in working. I work very closely. I said the Governor Hutchinson is a personal friend and also a friend of our university. And so that's the kind of relationship I'd like to develop with the governor and with the leadership in the House and the Senate. I'd like to increase community and state engagement more broadly. I mean, these are broad goals that you can fit into a lot of different universities, but certainly are apropos to this university system. But increasing those community and state engagements and deepening those relationships. Also, appreciate what the faculty and staff bring to the table and to the institution, and let them know it. Enhancing post-graduation success. I think I talked about that a little bit earlier. That would be listed certainly in a particular goal. And I would say pay special attention to the branding and messaging opportunities around the enormous impact of this university on the economy of the city of Baton Rouge, right? East Baton Rouge Parish, this region of the state as a whole, and the region of the country. What is the impact? What is the impact that Southern University is having, and then what the potential impact is, and keeping an eye on that. But not only that, using the techniques of branding and integrated marketing to make sure that your brand, messaging around that brand, and the story of Southern University is told in ways that everybody knows about it, that it remains top of mind, and that it becomes, if it's not already, a great place that they want to invest in.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Alexander. And again, we had more questions, but we are certainly out of time. We thank you for sharing your thoughts with those who have submitted their questions on all of these issues. And we would give you now an opportunity to give a closing statement before we move to the next phase.
Well, thank you, Dr. Boyd, and I thank you for moderating this session. I think you've given me some real hardballs today, but I want to thank everybody who came and participated and shared with us today. Thank everybody who tuned in on YouTube and watched this presentation. This is a little unusual in the interview scheme, but it's open government at its best, and it's shared governance at its best when you can be involved in this way. So the future, I think, for Southern University is bright. I think the future is shining brightly. I think that there are lots of good things going on out there that Southern University can grab hold to, and I mean the efforts, particularly that are coming out of the Biden-Harris administration, are things that we want to keep an eye on. We want to stay tuned to, keep our ear to the ground, and make absolutely sure that we be involved in. But I thank you for this opportunity, and I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And we
Recording in progress.
Hip Hop Doc.
Orlando, can you hear me?
So you would be proud. I have been doing the right thing.
Are you and I just the only ones talking?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need to shut up.
I didn't hear nobody else. I was like, oh, Orlando just talking to me and just her. Where are you? At the office?
I'm at work. We're preparing for a major visit on Monday. So I'm dealing with some national security type stuff. So that's why I haven't been able to leave, but I'm gonna be able to come tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow, but I gotta leave. Still gotta leave early, but I'm coming tomorrow. You got any recent labs? I want to look at your next set of labs.
In a week.
Okay, just let me get them when you get a chance.
I definitely will.
Oh, this Reverend Tober called me. Hold on. Fred. Yeah, I'm trying to impress.
Yes, very nice to meet you. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Let's call this meeting to order. This is a continuation of our interviews that we began yesterday. Today, we're going to hear from Dr. Lawrence Alexander. Dr. Alexander, I want to welcome you to Southern University and to the board. We appreciate you submitting yourself to this onerous process. You know, I know it takes a lot of time and energy to do this, and it doesn't go that without saying that it's a difficult thing to put you and your family through, but we appreciate you doing it. Just to let you know, the plan is to, after these interviews, we have a board meeting on the 18th, and we will make a decision at that board meeting on the 18th, sir. Okay. What we did yesterday is pretty much the same routine that we will follow today. The members will ask questions. Dr. Alexander, whether you want to sit or stand for these questions is completely up to you. We won't take that any kind of way, whatever's comfortable for you. We have some members on Zoom. I'm going to do our members that are here first, and I'm going to start the questioning with Mr. Rutledge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I join the chairman, Dr. Alexander, in welcoming you to Southern University. I had a chance to ride up the elevator with you, so welcome again. By way of introduction, please take a few minutes to tell us about yourself and why at this point in your career you believe that you're the right person to serve as the next President Chancellor of the Southern University system and Southern University Baton Rouge and A&M College.
Thank you, Mr. Rutledge. And members of the board, I appreciate this opportunity to interview with you for this very important position of President Chancellor at this very important time in the history and life of Southern University. Part of my interest in this position lies in the fact that I am from the state of Louisiana. I was born in New Orleans, grew up in the 9th Ward, Desire area, proud product of the Orleans and Jefferson Parish schools, a graduate of West Jefferson High School in Harvey, Louisiana, and obtained degrees from UNO and Tulane, and also degrees from Florida and Florida State. In college, I worked hard, worked at places like Schwegman Groceries, the Toulouse Theater. Some of us around might remember Schwegman. I worked in the French Quarter, worked at Marriott Hotel on Canal Street, all while serving on the staff of my college newspaper. I went on and used that college newspaper experience to get an internship at the Times-Picayune, and also later followed my passion of journalism and law, entering into Tulane Law School, and then taking and passing the Louisiana Bar and becoming a member of the Louisiana State Bar Association, which I still hold membership in. I feel a strong connection and affinity for Southern University because I feel a good part of Southern University because we are a part of the 1890 HBCU land grant community, because I hail here today from the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff, a proud HBCU land grant research university in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, only 100 miles north of the Louisiana border, in North Louisiana. I also feel a strong connection to Southern University because of my position that I hold as chairman of the presidents and chancellors, the Council of Presidents and Chancellors of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, also known as the SWAC. And I also represent Southern University and all of our institutions in the SWAC as vice chair of the NCAA Presidential Forum. So I'm pleased and proud to present myself today and to present my work and background for this opportunity. And the second part of your question dealt with essentially the qualifications for this kind of role. And I'll quickly summarize. I've been in higher education for 35 years now. I started out at UNO, for a year, went to Temple University for 3 years. I spent 22 years at the University of Florida, where I was a faculty member, a distinguished teaching scholar, a full professor, and an administrator, both in my department as chair and also later at the graduate school as associate dean of the graduate school at Florida and as director of the Office of Graduate Minority Programs. I then moved on to the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff, where I've been chancellor for almost 9 years now. For the last 8 years, 8.5 years, I've been chancellor at the UAPB. I believe because of my background at a large 50,000 student land grant research university that's a member of the prestigious Association of American Universities, because of my long career and my involvement at that university, I believe it qualifies me to work and to serve as leader of a university that has now moved up in research status to a Research 2 university that's high research activity here at Southern University. And it also prepares me for the work that is ahead as president of the university system. Lastly, my service in Pine Bluff, Arkansas as chancellor of the university, I serve as a chancellor inside of a university system, the University of Arkansas system, of which the University of Arkansas Fayetteville is the flagship. I am one of the universities, and so I get to work day to day on a daily basis in a large university system. There's 70,000 students in the system, about 15 institutes and institutions in the system. But I work very closely with our president, Dr. Donald Bobbitt, who hired me there. And he and I have talked and have worked on a number of occasions together where I have learned from him about the role of a president of a university system. I've worked very well with our board of trustees. We have a system board of trustees, much like you have here. It's a system level board of supervisors. And so that experience over the last 8.5 years of serving as chancellor of the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff, an institution that has distinct qualities and similarities to Southern University, I believe qualifies me for consideration for this role.
Thank you, Dr. Alexander. Mr. Lawson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Alexander, good to have you.
Thank you.
What 3 initiatives have you, and the key word here is implemented, as a higher education administrator that you would categorize as innovative?
3 initiatives. I'll talk about one first, if you don't mind, at the University of Florida, and then I'll come up with 2 at UAPB, if you don't mind. They are my initiatives. One is at Florida. This was really, really and truly innovative. And that is, I put together a conference, a graduate student conference to prepare students for submitting grants for research to various agencies, including NSF, NIH, and USDA, Ford Foundation, the whole line of them. But what's so innovative about it is the way in which it started. There's two things that makes it really innovative. One, we made it a part of a grant that we received from the National Science Foundation called Innovation Through Institutional Integration. That was a really fundamental change in the way I think about universities and the way I act, and in how to be innovative at a university level. I was co-PI on that grant for a while. But the grant, the thing itself started with me when I was director of the Office of Graduate Minority Programs. I decided to prepare our students who were supported on federal dollars and university dollars. And I say our students because I was working with minority students. We wanted to give them this opportunity. So we started inviting people from NSF and other places to give them instruction on that. And that caught on. Let me just put it that way. It caught on. And before long, instead of presenting before 40 or so students, we all opened the conference to 400 students. So we had a one-day conference on the campus. We fed students breakfast and lunch, and we ran them through the nuts and bolts of grant writing. And we did it at a time of the year where students could be successful in carrying out this through the rest of the year, through the summer, in time for submission in the fall. And so after the first year of this program, we were able to increase our university-wide, our NSF graduate research fellowships from 6 to more than 20. It's a very significant increase. That's something that Southern University could benefit greatly from, is a conference of that kind. The other two initiatives that I want to mention, one that I'll mention involves the enrollment management. I'll mention enrollment management and student success, since that is something that I found in disparate parts and places. And so after strategically planning for student success, what we did was we reorganized it. Actually, we restructured. And what I did was brought together all of the elements on the campus of enrollment management and integrated them. So if you hear those words again, that's what's happening. It's innovation through institutional integration. It's bringing about success. That has caused us to increase our retention and enrollment. Our retention increased from about 55% on first year to 74%. Our 6-year graduation rate increased from about 23% to 41%. And I was just heard 2 days ago, if we get these students through this spring, it'll go up to 42% on the 6-year graduation rate. The third innovative project, which is not complete. So you added that to the end of your question, that you said that would get results, but we're getting results, we're just not complete yet, is a new project that's underway, and that is the new student union. The innovative piece is that we're not doing it as a student union per se, doing it as a student engagement center. I want this to be something that engages students as they're going to have fun, right? So we're putting in there the Student Success Center, we're putting in there the Career Services Center. These are places students don't always visit. They need it, but they don't visit it. We're going to put it on the way to the fitness center, to the other play areas, to the recreation and fun that they want to come to, so that it will be a requirement that those who work in those offices might have the opportunity to engage our students in person as they are on their way through the student engagement center. The engagement areas that we necessarily want to touch are those high impact practices, everything from internships, study abroad programs, research opportunities, volunteer opportunities, leadership opportunities. We want all those offices there so they can engage students when they're on their way. Those are the three initiatives I'd like to mention.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Tarver?
Yes, as you are aware, we have campuses across the state of Louisiana in basically economically repressed, economically challenged communities. And it's important for the university to play a role in addressing those issues and working with communities. The question I'd like to ask is, what do you envision to be the role for our universities in economic development for depressed communities?
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tarver, for that question. I think our universities play a significant role in economic development in the communities that they serve. And as you pointed out, because we're serving in some economically depressed areas, the role is magnified. And I serve in an area called Pine Bluff, Arkansas. And if you've ever been to Pine Bluff, Arkansas, you would understand why that is an economically depressed area. But within that area, we at the university, we have an ERDC, an Economic Research Development Center, that's located in downtown Pine Bluff, that is serving the needs of that community that was dormant for a while because we didn't really have money to fund it. So we did some grants and brought in partners, grants from the Delta Regional Authority. I believe DRA covered, this area is covered as well by DRA. We received a DRA grant to open that up and get it back fully functioning. We just received an SBA grant to add staff to that to assist with business development. We just hired a new director in that area. So now we have employees working down there and they're engaged. But more important than that office and the employees are the relationships that we've come together around with the city of Pine Bluff, with Jefferson County, with Go Forward Pine Bluff, which is a nonprofit organization that's leading the charge for change and improvement in the city of Pine Bluff, and various other partners in the area, so that the things that the university is doing or the initiatives that are coming from all sides are coordinated toward this ultimate goal of providing economic development services and really serving the needs of those in those communities. The universities serve a very vital role in that result, in that equation. And I believe that the campuses of Southern University serve, or rather can do a lot in those areas to help. What we bring is, more than anything else, is the intellectual capital. I mean, we bring the know-how, the business acumen, of the knowledge and whatnot of doing that. We also have at our disposal not just faculty, but student support services. Students who have learned some things can perform in these areas and also can assist and help those things. It will be a great learning experience for them. So whether we're talking about New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Shreveport, those are areas that Southern University can be and should be deeply involved in. And I've got one more little point about that economic development point when we talk about the involvement of the university, and particularly the university in those communities and community engagement, is that community engagement itself is a very important and becoming an even more important and vital part of the branding of the university's brand, and seeing this university as a major economic partner that's bringing about change in those communities alters and changes the perception of what this university is and what it can be, what it stands for. And when you see the brand SU, you will know that that Southern University is having a major impact on economic development in the community, and more importantly, on the lives of the citizens of Louisiana.
Dr. Davis. Your mic, sir.
You know, I don't need this mic, but since you say I should use it, I'm an old farm boy. I'm used to calling my animals without a megaphone, but my voice is loud enough. But anyway, Chancellor, I assume you had a chance to review our strategic plan. Southern University has a strategic plan. And in that strategic plan, say, are there items or issues that would give you pause? And if so, how would you change?
That's on the strategic plan itself. And I tell you, there is a strategic plan fulfilling the promise, a pathway to excellence, 2018 to 2025. And then the master plan, which came out just, I think, a couple of months ago.
Right. Speak on either.
On either, okay. Looking at the strategic plan, fulfilling the promise, a pathway to excellence, I see nothing that would give me pause. All of these are things that in one shape or another should be in a vibrant 21st century community engaged and an engaged university. There, it's all present there in that, and that it looks structurally similar to our strategic plan. So I really don't see where you're missing anything. I like the highlights in that plan, particularly because it talks about promoting the Southern University brand and outreach and global engagement. Those are powerful terms when you talk about the reach of this university and the potential for the university going forward into the future. There's nothing not to like about that. I mean, there's nothing I can quibble about in that plan. It has specific, measurable, results-oriented benchmarks and whatnot for achievement. That's great. That's fantastic. That's what a plan ought to do. Now we just have to follow through with it. On the master plan, that's one I'm still digesting. It's a lot to digest. It is a plan that involves some major projects on the university, and it carries a price tag of in excess of $800 million. I didn't get, well, I hope the funders don't get sticker shock looking at that, but it is a mighty plan to fund. However, I once again want to compliment Southern for dreaming big. I mean, I think you never get there if you don't put out a big dream. If you don't dream big, you won't get big. So if it takes longer than you think, I didn't look at the dates on it, on how long it was to be, whether this is a 3-year plan, 5-year plan, or a 10 or 12-year plan. But what I found from my strategic plan and the difficulty I have in getting new monies from the legislature for capital in my state, that it took a lot longer than I thought. And what we did with that plan was we put it in 3 phases so that we prioritize those things that were most essential to get done immediately on the campus. So that when I, because my first few presentations before the legislature, the Legislative Black Caucus, the governor, they all looked at my plan and said, okay, which project do you want to work on first? And so it requires sometimes a prioritization. And I think prioritizing them according to first, second, and third phase might help in that regard. It might break down the elephant into digestible bites, so that at least those funders who are out there can. But I think the whole plan is very, it's ambitious, but I think the times we're in call for ambitious planning, calls for ambitious asking. Yeah.
Reverend Tolbert.
Mr. Chair, I think that I had like 5 questions and all of them have been answered adequately, so I'll pass it this time.
Understood, sir. Thank you. Ms. Reeves.
I'd like to ask you, I know you've had a lot of conversations and been able to read both the plans you mentioned and talk to students and others today. What challenges and opportunities at Southern University system most excite you? And then how would you work to achieve or address those challenges and opportunities?
I'm sorry, which part of the plan excites me?
No, just, I mean, you've been able to see all of these different things, read the plans, meet students. What about the system, the challenges and the opportunities that you've already been able to identify? What excites you most? And how would you address either the challenges or the opportunities?
I think one of the things that first hit me and is very exciting about this opportunity is the opportunity to lead a the one and only, the one and only HBCU system in our nation. That is a point of distinction that is honored and honorable. It's a point of distinction in which, you know, that nobody else can have, that you're not in a category. It makes this system, this opportunity special. And I am encouraged that distinction and that special regard could be leveraged for greater things down the line. I think that part is interesting. I haven't talked enough to folks today, but I'm gathering from looking at large plans, from looking at the amount of work going on currently, from looking at that we've got visionaries in this place. And when you have visionaries, that's exciting. That's an exciting environment to be in. When we can look beyond the current circumstances, asking not what we don't have and what we are not, but looking closely at what we can become. That's exciting to me. It's opportunistic. It's forward thinking. It's refreshing. That's exciting to me. Above all.
Ms. Smith?
Will you please explain your understanding of the role of the President Chancellor's position for the Southern University system?
Yes. The role of the president of the system, as I understand it, would be to oversee, provide oversight over the day-to-day of the system chancellors and those properties. Right? To be the leader and to lead, not just oversee, but not just manage day to day, but to lead the system on behalf of the board.
That is the president. Now, give me the chancellor part that you.
Okay, yeah, I think the chancellor's role in this would be very similar to the role I currently occupy as chancellor at the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. I'm chancellor of an 1890 land grant university. I oversee a campus of 2,700 students, you know, a faculty, of staff, of deans. I have a cabinet of about 8 people. So I'm in motion currently doing that job fully. What is added here is this system piece. So now it would come into also, while I'm doing the chancellor role, I would also be hearing from chancellors, right, at 4 other places, right? Reporting into me, checking in with me, I'm checking in with them. We're having these conversations constantly. We're meeting on a regular basis to assure that at least from the board's point of view and from the system's point of view, that those campuses are operating in a way in which meet our expectations.
Thank you.
Mr. Fondale?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Glad that you're here. Had a chance to watch the town hall earlier that you participated in. And one of the things that you made mention of was your appointment by the president. Could you speak on that? And the second thing that I ask is, serving as Chancellor of Arkansas Pine Bluff, you've had an opportunity to work with the athletic department. I think you've had some previous experiences as far as athletics goes. Could you just elaborate and speak on both of those for me?
Sure
Thank you.
can. Thank you. Yeah, on January 14th, it was announced that President Biden intended to appoint me as chairman of the Board of International Food and Agriculture Development. That's an advisory board to USAID. That board advises USAID on policies related to food insecurity, particularly in developing countries, in issues of that sort. And the intent is to bring to the attention of the policymakers in Washington some of the work and research being done by academics, by academicians at higher education institutions. So what we actually have done in those meetings, and I haven't had my first meeting yet, but I've seen a lot of the other meetings. They have research presentations by faculty from across the nation that's put on for the purpose of the policymakers. And from that exchange, policy gets shaped and priorities made within the administration to advance the work done by USAID. I'm proud, I'm pleased that the president, honored truly, that the president appointed me to this important role. It's a role in which I'm the first to serve as chair. I'm the first from an HBCU, particularly an 1890 institution, to serve as chair. The other presidents who have served as chair of this have come from 1862 land grant universities. The last chair was from Mississippi State. One of the prior chairs was president of the University of Florida, and there have been several others in between. So I'm proud of that fact, and I'm also delighted that it gives me the opportunity to showcase agriculture at my university. And I think that's what the great part of this would be for Southern University, is that the movement would, assuming they keep me in that role, would I serve at the pleasure of the president. I would be able to represent Southern University in much the same way. The second part of your question dealt with athletics, and we do have an athletics program at our university, and you wanted me to speak a little bit about my prior experience. When I was at the University of Florida, I had the distinction, the honor of being appointed a distinguished alumni professor. And that's a very lofty title at the university. It's a university level, and it comes with a stipend, comes with an expense account. It comes with a couple of board appointments. I was appointed to the National Alumni Association Board. I was appointed to the University Athletic Association Board. It comes with tickets on the 50-yard line to all the Gator games. I didn't say there weren't any perks here, but what the university's expectation was in return. First, I was honored to get it because I was only the 12th faculty member to receive this great honor. And it's not because I'm an alum of that. No, it has nothing to do with alum. It means you're going to work with the alumni. And that was a grand opportunity because it put me squarely in the room of the alumni board and the alumni association, and they're working together to further the work of the alumni of the university. It was also my responsibility to go out to Gator clubs and across the state of Florida, and to reach the Gator Nation, and that they use as another methodology of keeping folks connected. But they choose once every 2 years only one professor to go out and do those things, and I was deeply honored and pleased to be the one chosen to do that. There was work involved. I got to go to some grand places and do some wonderful speeches. I got inside of some fabulous homes in South Florida because that's where the alumni lived. But it sort of gave me a push and an understanding of what we might want to reach for at our university. What sort of goals, what sort of things might be out there in terms of the relationship of alumni in the institution and its faculty, and how all of that can be brought together, all for the benefit of the university.
Just as a follow-up, the appointment that you receive, if you would receive this position, would it take you away from your duties here at Southern?
Oh, the BIFAD, the board of,
Yes.
no, that position at the Board of International Food and Agriculture Development, it would not. As a matter of fact, I did ask that question when they asked me well, first the question was, would I serve on I was nominated for this, by the way. I didn't say this in the earlier session. How did I get involved in this? I was nominated for this by a former member of the BIFAD committee or board, who is an administrator at the University of Florida in the International Center, a Dr. Sandra Russo. I'll go ahead and mention her name and give her credit. She nominated me for this, and it took a while to come through, but I got a call from the White House Personnel Office asking would I consider being chair, and at that point I went, uh-oh. Then we had this conversation about just what the time commitment was. They have a staff up there. They have a couple of staffs. BIFAD has its staff. USAID has its staff. They told me it would take, on most weeks, an hour a week phone call, except when it gets close to a meeting, which they have a couple of times a year, it might be 3 or 4 hours on the phone call. So I thought that given the cost benefit analysis of that, of what it would bring to my institution, balanced against the time commitment that I would have to give, that it was highly beneficial to the institution. I talked it over with the president of our system, and everybody was very excited about the opportunity.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Bartholomew?
Yes, I too was in attendance this morning, a very outstanding session. But the only question I would ask is, the rest of them, I heard them all, is what are your expectations of your working with the Board of Supervisors? What do you expect of us in your job status once you become the Chancellor President of Southern University System?
Yes, what do I expect of the board? I'd like to think on that some more, but I can give you an answer off the top of my head. It's a good question. I think what you can expect from the board is great relationship from the board, a relationship that's always focused on the best interests of Southern University and the Southern University system. Relationship that's respectful both ways. Relationship that is for the most part, 99.9% of the time, maybe even 100% of the time, since we're talking aspirationally, that's unified. Relationship that's unified, and a relationship that is open to conversation, always open to dialogue, and that recognizes the complexity involved in this unique establishment of a president chancellor system, which is much different than a chancellor system and a president system, but a president chancellor system. But to have the ability to then or to take some time and spend some time, whether it's could be with me, could be with another source, could be with some outside help, AGB and other things, but to work on how that relationship can be maximized.
I want to turn now. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for clearing that up. If anybody had any doubts, you have done very well, efficiently and effectively explaining that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. I want to turn now to our members that are on via Zoom. First to our Vice Chairman, Dr. Whitfield.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be in attendance, but happy to be here. And thank you so much, Dr. Alexander, for all you're doing and going through this arduous process. My question is quite straightforward. Several of our units are in challenging positions regarding the current operating budgets. Even with the infusion of the CARES Act, which as you know, are not recurring funds, do you have any ideas on how this trend can be corrected? And if so, how and are reversed?
Well, thank you for that question. It's Dr. Whitfield.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. It's really a situation in which it's not unique to Southern University.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it's across higher ed. It's certainly present at my university. I just had a meeting earlier this week with my chief financial officer about some things that we need to do to slow down spending this current year. I think, and this is just in my management style, I like those meetings when they come to me and let me know in time for us to do something about it. So if we need to slow down spending, let's not wait until the end of the year and try to tell people slow down. Let's tell them slow down spending while they still have some funds in the budget. So we are going to slow spending for the time being so that we can stay within the range, within the margins. What can we do about it? What can we do about it? Raise more revenue? Budget even in a more austere fashion? Be much more surgical in those things that we need versus those things that we want. Make some very hard decisions about that. And then ultimately, but I come back to the revenue thing, because I get up in the morning thinking of how can I increase revenue? Go to bed at night thinking, how can I increase revenue? Revenue, that's the name of the game now. Is that higher education institutions, as you know, cannot rely, as they once did, on the appropriation of a legislature, because those appropriations have not risen, not by much. In some states they have, in others they haven't. In Louisiana, I checked, they haven't risen very much. So if those aren't going to move very much, we have to look to other places in order to generate revenue. I commend Southern University because I read a while back that there was this strong interest in cannabis and in marijuana that may be generating revenue for the institution. I think that's fantastic. That's the kind of revenue, new innovative revenue generating areas that we need to be looking for, things that are entrepreneurial in character. We always talk about online. I asked the students at lunch, how are we doing with online programs? They said, well, we have them at the graduate level. Increasing online programs at the undergraduate level. And that's an area that a number of universities are looking at. That's where they're pointing their efforts. But Southern University needs to put a bigger stake in the ground on generating revenue from online and online presence and online instruction. Other revenue generating, one of the things that we do in our state, because we're on productivity funding, and we started a long time ago, before the productivity formula in higher education came about, on how we were going to capitalize on revenue in that formula when that formula comes out. And it came out about 5 years ago. And for the last 5 years, we have gained in revenue while some other universities have lost revenue. Why? Because we planned, because we strategized. One of the first things I did was, how do we do that? I appointed a committee and I called it that this was going to be a strategy committee to maximize the formula. And so all of our efforts and the committee's efforts was on what can we do? And the way we maximize that formula is on student outcomes, is on outcomes on retention, outcomes on gateway courses, outcomes on graduation at the 4, 5, and 6-year rate through credentialing students along in the process. We get points, we get and through at the end of that productivity formula and funding system, at the end of the year, it determines how much you've gained. So as long as you're gaining, you're good. And we've gained every year in that system. And you know, I don't know if I should take offense, but there are many people who thought that our university would not be gaining in that system. They thought we'd be losing in that system. And I won't take a lot of offense to that, but I on the contrary, commend the people at the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff, because the plans that we put in place were all hands on deck plans. They weren't plans that just went to the office or the division of enrollment management and student success to carry out the student success mechanism. No, it went campus wide across the campus, and we are still working to get everybody across the campus on board to improving our student success outcomes. So from the time I've been there, I think I said earlier, I hope I said, that we moved from 23% on 6-year graduation rate up to 41% now. Nobody's got that kind of movement right now. That's a huge increase. I know it gets tougher the higher you go, but we're basking in that, in the revenue generated. The revenue generated from that kind of effort is paying big dividends to our university because it goes into the base. It's a new appropriation. So each year now, right, 1.2 million more in the budget than we had 5 years ago.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Amity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Alexander, I'm sorry I couldn't be there. My work gets crazy sometimes, but thank you for coming. If we fast forward, let's just say we fast forward a few months and you would be the one that was selected. What's one thing, based on all your experience at Florida, at Pine Bluff, I know you know a lot about education and what needs to happen at a university, but what's one thing that gives you a little heartburn that you think this is, when you look at Southern, because I know you've studied it, the whole system, what's one thing that makes you a little uncomfortable that we really need to improve on it, and how would you improve it? Because every university has something they need to improve on, I would assume, from what I see.
Right. One thing. Well, I'll take it this way. A couple of things that sort of, I guess, kind of is hitting me up close. Yeah. One is the, I believe the graduation rate now at Southern is in the 30s, probably around the mid 30s, if I saw correctly in the materials. I think that doesn't give me heartburn. It just, it gives me a little pause in that it tells me that that's where my thinking ought to be. That if Southern University is going to be greater tomorrow than it is today, it needs to graduate at a much more significant rate than it currently is graduating students. And across the system, I think the Southern Baton Rouge campus is about mid 30s. I think Southern New Orleans was lower. It was probably around the 20% range. And then Shreveport may have been lower than that if I saw the number on that. But it is that the low numbers are giving me not so much pause.
Dr. Alexander, not to cut you off. Mr. Amity, cut your mic off, would you?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the lower numbers are giving me a little bit of pause, and I wonder. So I wonder when I look at that, what immediately could be done structurally. When I talked with the students, they told me that they had student success coaches. That's the last piece that I put in place to try to bring about the better numbers was I redirected some funding from Title III to hire about 5 student success coaches, and it is working for me. But I put in things, we put them in one at a time, and they were layered on top of each other. So we could see the progress. We could actually measure the progress from adding more elements. I guess I don't know what I would have to add or what elements would have to come into place on that. We have a very successful summer bridge program. I'm a big fan of summer bridge programs, but they have to be somewhat partially financed. We finance them from several different areas, including student tuition money, because students take 6 hours of credit in those. So there's student tuition money that can go into that for Summer Bridge. But Summer Bridge is certainly a program that works. It gives me a little bit of a pause and yeah, the resources more broadly. That's the way I'll put it, Mr. Amity, to answer your question.
Thank
The
you.
resource issue.
That's we always need money, for sure. Thank you.
Mr. Gillum.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And again, Dr. Alexander, it is a pleasure to meet you, albeit virtually. I have read extensively about your progress and your success at the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. And your comment when you made the observation that you have a 74% 4-year retention rate, and you got my attention. You also indicated that with your 6-year graduation rate, you had about 41%. And you say you get some degree of indigestion looking at our percentage rates. Well, I have the same concern. My question, and there's a question in here, it's totally student-centered. And it goes like this. What would you recommend for us in terms of reassessing and looking at, I'm getting feedback to tell me, in terms of some kind of student support infrastructure that extends between intake process all the way through graduation to placement of careers afterward, because obviously you have a vision and you've done a fine job. You have the 2,700 students, whereas of course we have a few more. But your answer, if you would, in your answer would be, what kind of support or infrastructure would you envision to maximize our effort here throughout the Southern University system in terms of those 3 areas or 4 areas that I mentioned?
Wonderful. Thank you for that question. I do want to make one correction or clarification, is that we had a 74% on first-year retention of students. It wasn't our 4-year rate. Our 4-year rate, I could tell you, increased from about 7.5% to 25%. That was our 4-year. We had increases at 4, 5, and 6-year. But more pointedly to your question, I do, and I do view student success kind of as you stated, from intake to post graduation. I think I talked about that earlier today as well. From the time we're recruiting students who are maybe in high school or junior high, and maybe they're not in school at all. Maybe we're just recruiting folks who are working and need to be in school, or all the way to post-graduation. I mean, many people define student success by, of course, retention, progression, and graduation. Yes, that's a good definition for it, but my definition is more linear from beginning, from first touch to last touch, if you will. And last touch and handoff would be when there are alumni working and progressing in their fields. And that's not even the last touch, because we want alumni to stay connected with the university. We need alumni to stay connected with the university after post-graduation. You said I think your question was what changes or what ideas I had concerning the infrastructure of the university and how that could bring about a better result. And you started with the concept of student-centeredness in your question as well, if I read it correctly. I think it's hard for me to say today what changes to be made in infrastructure or even in the direction or redirection of finances. I can tell you what I did at Pine Bluff, and it may be relevant, may be salient here, but what we did was, and specifically, I think I mentioned redirecting some resources from our Title III program into the student success programs. And at the same time, we've also directed some of those resources into the career development or career placement, whatever you want to call it, Office of Career Services. We've put some additional resources there, but we put them there with some definite expectations. And I think we're realizing the benefit of that on the back end. I think we're seeing the success of moving things and putting some of these things in the right place, in the right places. I don't profess to say that we have it all there, because I think in our strategic plan that we're working on now, it needs to focus heavily on the post-graduation success component, because that I think the story is not so good over there in student success. And that's why when I talked about this innovative idea of a student engagement center, I was thinking in terms of how, since we're building a new structure, how do we build it to enhance the engagement and outreach of those offices to our students and the access of our students to those offices. And so that's why when I'm thinking about post-graduation, I'm thinking about those opportunities that you get when you come to an HBCU. Why go to an HBCU? Well, because you're not just a number. You're a person. You're part of the family. We show care. We're concerned. We want you to not only graduate, but to be successful in life. So we're going to put some things in place. And if we put them in place, we want these students to have the opportunity to avail themselves of these opportunities. Sure, the study abroad opportunities are out there and the student is here, but somehow we got to get the student to understand why it's important, to understand how to access it, and then to follow through with the student. All of those things need some guiding hands, research opportunities, the same thing. So providing access to opportunities for those students in for post-graduation, and I mean even in graduate and preparation for graduate and professional school, a lot of what I did at the University of Florida in assisting undergraduate students transitioning to graduate school, because that's an important and component part. But those are the areas that I would like to certainly work on. And another thing that has come up that I've thought quite a bit about since coming in for interviews here is how we can integrate better the Southern Shreveport, particularly a 2-year college, into a 4-year college environment. We got 2 4-year universities. We ought to be able to more seamlessly integrate those students into Southern University, and to make the Southern transition much more attractive to them, quite frankly.
Thank you. Ms. Williams?
Hello and welcome. I just have a question as it pertains to fundraising, and I've heard everything you've said so far, but fundraising is definitely vital, especially in the HBCU environment. So my question is, can you share some examples of your fundraising experiences and what you believe to be the best use of a president chancellor's role and time in building successful systems, like system-wide advancement opportunities?
Ms. Williams, thank you for that question. It's a very good question, very pertinent. When I landed in Pine Bluff, I saw the conditions and I said, I'm thinking I'm going to have to work hard on development. We're going to have to work even harder because the very nature of development requires the establishment of relationships. And if those relationships are not in place and solid, that's a heavy lift. Let me tell you that. That's a heavy lift. What is the better scenario is to go into an environment where those entities and relationships have already been developed, where everybody's in that, everybody gets Southern, right? And so you plop in a system president where, and whether it's Shreveport, New Orleans, or Baton Rouge, I'm coming in to close. You already teed it up. You told me what you're going to ask for. You've got it. You've already had pre-conversations about the amount. I'm the closer. And so that is the role and responsibility of the president, particularly in a system, to come in and close the deal. And so what we need to do that is to work very closely and with the development staff, with the fundraisers who are out there tilling the soil, who are doing the follow-ups, who are making those contacts. And let me just say I come in as a closer, but there are lots of conversations all along the way. I'm talking to the folks in development every day of my job. We're talking with the Vice Chancellor of Institutional Advancement about how we advance this and strategically how we place that, so that I'm not doing that work. There are people in that office that do that work. I'm coming in as the closer. So you asked specifically for examples. And before I give examples, let me just say, I like to think of fundraising as a revenue generation, because I talked earlier about going to bed at night and waking up in the morning thinking revenue. Certainly a major part of it is fundraising. And so something we've done at UAPB is that I'm very proud of, that we were able to get more than 40 major gifts. Major gifts are defined by me as a gift of $100,000 or above. So there really are 6- and 7-figure gifts. We're working hard to get the 8-figure gift in place at UAPB, but because there was not as much activity. What we were trying to do was increase the activity and make an investment in that staff. That was very, very important and critical and vital to doing that, because there had been people who had been working in there and working at, and it's very difficult in an environment like that for people to wear too many hats. If they're wearing too many hats, they really don't have the time that it takes to devote to developing the relationships to the level and degree to which you are receiving the kinds of major gift donations that we're seeking and receiving. So to give you a couple of examples, I said we have more than 40. The two largest, one came from Simmons Bank, which is local in Pine Bluff. It is 4th largest bank now in Arkansas and growing. We had a relationship, our university had a relationship with the bank since the 60s, and it's gotten gifts from the bank all along. I mean, of various amounts, 50, 40, 25,000. We've never gotten a major gift in my mind from them. So we approached them with a proposal for athletics, since we knew that was the donor's heart. Donor had an interest in that. The donor had an interest in branding. So we brought him an opportunity to get their name on the field for redoing the turf and and getting us a new jumbotron screen at our football field. So we got a 2-for-1, and some of the funds went into baseball. Neglected to mention that. So someone into baseball and into the passions of the donor, which allowed me to wipe off the slate 3 separate fundraisers that I was going to have to do. So we were able to hit a home run, so to speak, on that one. The second one is a major gift that we received from, or major gifts we received from the Wingate Foundation, which is a foundation in Little Rock, Arkansas, but it funds institutions across the state and across the country, and even outside of the country. It's a very productive foundation. they fund art and art education. Very strong interest in that. And so we began that relationship. I started it with a letter to them back in 2018, inviting them to campus and letting them visit to see the faculty, the staff, and others. And we worked on what was initially a small gift of, we started talking around 50,000. It grew to about 125,000. And then several months later, it grew to 2.2 million. So we're very glad. And since then, we have received 3 more major gifts from the Wingate Foundation. And they're good partners with us because we have a very vibrant art department at our university, which we value greatly. And those are 2 examples that I can give of some things in that area. We've done more in the area of revenue generation across the board from government, foundations, from wherever we can get it. We're certainly out there. So thank you for that question.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Taylor
Thank you,
Jarrell?
Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Taylor Jarrell? Okay, he seems frozen. There you go.
Hey, Dr. Alexander. I'm sorry, my connection may be a little stable. The question that I have for you is that being that Southern University has many ag centers around the state of Louisiana, how can we more effectively utilize these centers for the growth of our campus?
That's an excellent question. And I say that not knowing how many ag centers you have specifically around the state of Louisiana, but agriculture, particularly the Agriculture Research Center and research stations around the state serve as a very unique access point for people to learn about the university, people who are not engaged otherwise in Southern University or the system, to learn about what the university has to offer and what the opportunities are for somebody who engages with the university. So I think that these extension areas that are around the state can be used to grow enrollment in much the same way as various other departments. If Southern University, and I did mention this earlier, I think one of the plans talked about growing in enrollment to 20,000 for the system. If Southern University intends to grow by that kind of magnitude, it is going to need all hands on deck in order to do it. And that, when I say all hands, I mean all hands. We're going to need those ag centers and ag stations around the state to get some training from enrollment management on how to bring in prospects, on how to, while they're doing the work of agriculture, talk about the university. There is no inconsistency in that at all. There is nothing wrong with that. I think it could be beneficial to the institution. The same would be true of other extensions of the university, like athletics. And I know you probably are doing that in athletics. I know they do it in our athletics department. At least I tell our coaches to do it. When they're recruiting, if they see a student, if they're seeing a student, that student has friends, that student has associates. You need to be talking to them as well, because those students that you're talking to can and do have the ability to bring their friends and other people with them. The other opportunity is with our band, and I know our band director has told me on several occasions that he is actively engaged in recruiting others who are non-band members, but in helping the overall increase at our university, right? The cheer coach, the person who does the spirit squad. And we have one of the largest spirit squads in the SWAC, if not the nation. But the spirit squad, right? They may not want to be on the spirit squad, but that's their friend, that's their buddy who they hung with in high school, and they're deciding which college to go to, and you got a recruiter in front of you saying good things about the university. talking about opportunities, giving them information about how the university is going to expand and grow and the greatness of the entire system of Southern University. Wow, you're making some impact at that point. But you get my point. If all of these, and it's not just the band and the choir and that, it's the academic leaders. And that's where we're pushing as well. We want deans, directors, and department chairs. We want faculty in individual departments. Faculty are passionate about their disciplines. Let's use that passion to grow the university. Growing the university. What happens when you grow the university? You have more resources. And you have more resources, you're able to raise income.
Thank you. We're now going to turn to Mr. Rutledge. Mr. Hilliard has asked me to pass him until a little bit later.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Alexander, please describe your leadership style and how you would build a strong leadership team for the Southern University system, as well as the Baton Rouge campus.
Right. My leadership style, I could describe it in one word as collaborative. I think collaborative describes a lot of things and a lot of involvement from my dealings with the cabinet, my dealings with faculty, dealings with staff, dealings with students, alumni. I think it can be described as collaborative and communicative. I think that's an important and essential part of collaboration between people, is to be effective in communicating, not just one way, not from me, I'm telling you this, but listening, using that skill of listening to people and what they have to bring to the equation and to the table, and other outside stakeholders. I think because I think universities are unique operations, because they operate, they have these and particularly universities like this one has a multifold mission. And in order to accomplish the goals of that multifold mission, there needs to be input from various sources. And it has layers and layers of complexity. Another layer of complexity is the regulation on higher education, and higher education is regulated at so many levels. So in order to break through all of those areas of uncertainty and ambiguity and come to good decisions, or even the best decisions, you need that kind of input. You need data. You need accurate information, and you need truth. And if we can come together around those, typically we can find agreement on decision making. And the second part of your question had to do with the system in particular, and how in this system we would.
The question that was asked. My follow-up question, I think you are getting ready to answer, is, and you've touched upon this, but given the uniqueness of this position, which is unique not only from an HBCU standpoint, but just higher ed in general, all there may be other, I think LSU is an example, University of Houston, and maybe one or two others. How do you foresee, or have you given some thought to how your leadership and management approaches might have to change given the uniqueness of this position?
Well, yes, I have, and I think that we're going to have to necessarily, and the experience I learned from working in the University of Arkansas system is that we've got to let the chancellors run their campuses. We've got to do that. We've got to give chancellors in our system sufficient autonomy to run their campuses. Now, that doesn't mean we don't check in with them. That doesn't mean we don't have conversations regularly about what they're doing. But I think the role of the president of a system is not to run every campus, right? You got somebody day to day to do that day-to-day management. I think the role of a president of a system requires even more on the leadership, on the side of leadership than on the managerial side, even more. I'm not saying managerial part goes away, because that's certainly an essential part of it, because the president is responsible for managing, evaluating, and recommending the hire of chancellors. So that's that's a very important role. And so that's the way I see the responsibility. That's the way I see carrying it out through some delegation of authority for those decisions on a day-to-day basis, and checking in with them, frankly, on the bigger decisions. Because and even when they make the bigger decisions, requiring those calls be sent to me. And I do the same in my system. I mean, I sent a memo to our president today, a memo, it was a text, just telling him what our plans were for the ice storm that they're predicting for Arkansas while I'm away. An ice storm is approaching, and we had to make some decisions about our students, our faculty, staff, and whatnot, and what we're going to do. So we had a meeting last night, so I sent him a text this morning. That's the kind I want chancellors to have, that kind of relationship. We've got technology now where we can stay in touch, where we can touch base with them. They can touch base with me. There ought to be the ability to know what's going on those campuses without any requirements of micromanaging.
Mr. Lawson?
I heard you mention a name that folks don't mention very often, and I think a lot of title, staff. What will you do to make staff realize their importance and feel like that we appreciate the many things that they do? Oftentimes, I was teasing the back. I know the guy that turns the lights off at the stadium.
Yeah.
Who's last one in, and I also know the folk that clean up here. If they're not happy, you're gonna feel the repercussions. So how will you integrate staff in your administration to give them that work that they so rightly deserve?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a very good question, and I do spend quite a bit of time thinking about that on my campus. We do what we can, and I wish we could do more, because staff are important to everything we do, just as important in many ways as faculty. Because how in the we shortchange ourselves if we think otherwise. We don't understand the critical role that staff play. I appreciate it. I know it. I think they should hear it from me. I think they should hear it from the campus chancellors and the administration on those campuses. I think that should be all the time. And I think we ought to put an exclamation mark on it by making sure that faculty are recognized at various intervals for the work that they do. I think we should also be mindful as we go through the need for additional revenue of staff salaries and where they lie on the spectrum, and do what we can when we can. And I think what I've learned from my experience is that sometimes if you communicate it well, people understand you can't do much, but they want you to do something.
Thank you. Dr. Tarver?
I have no further questions.
Dr. Davis?
Yes, Chancellor, just let me congratulate you on the appointment with BIFAD, USAID. Southern goes a long way back. As that old song said, a long way back with USAID. At one time, Southern had more international projects in Latin America, East Africa, West Africa, Southern Africa, in Jamaica than any institution in the nation. In fact, any HBCU in the nation. Even we transitioned Howard at that time. Seeing you in this very unique position, let's say you're successful in being the president chancellor. I just like, what are your thoughts on trying to generate some of that old stuff that we had back in the day? I use stuff, just a general term.
Yeah, some of those relationships that were there in the past. Certainly, I would certainly support to the degree I can that kind of engagement from our agriculture center to go into the into those areas of great need and that have great significance. Once again, it's brand building when you do that, building your brand. And if you want an international brand, you got to do things globally and internationally to have that, to take on that mantle. And that's what I read in the strategic plan. And that's what I said was so exciting, is the global engagement aspect of it, that going forward, Southern University, and not only a Southern University ceased some of those, many other universities have ceased their some of those relationships. So going back to that could put Southern in a very favorable position going forward.
Reverend Tolbert, do you have any questions? Ms. Reeves?
I'd love to hear your experience working with state legislators, elected officials, and the governor prior to this, and what is your strategy to ensure an effective working relationship?
Sure. And thank you for that question, Ms. Reeves. I have spent the better part of my time in Pine Bluff working with our legislature, and some of it not the easiest times. There've been some difficult times in the legislature, but there've been some very good times as well. Working with the legislature and the governor, to me, is very much like establishing and building many of those other external relationships. The relationships you build for development, similar. Think about it in the same way. The relationships we build for community engagement, they're our partners. Think of them as partners. And I think we can go very far in that. Specifically at the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff, we do engage regularly with our legislature. Sometimes, and many times, actually in all times, in partnership with our system. Sometimes we have our system at our side. Sometimes our system comes in at various times. But we have a legislative vice president at the system level who works with the campuses to further our initiatives in the legislature. And we've had some pretty good success with some things in the legislature. Even more so has been the relationship with the governor. Our governor, Governor Asa Hutchinson, and by the way, we have a Republican majority in our House, a majority Republican Senate, and we have our governor is a Republican, Asa Hutchinson, and he's a person who I consider a personal friend and a friend of the university. And we developed this friendship prior to him taking the office as governor, when he was on the campaign trail. We got together during one of his pass-throughs, and the relationship has developed over time. And it was intentional on our behalf, because not really thinking, well, we would get things or money or other things, but that's a good reason to have a relationship. But I can't imagine being a leader of a state university, and particularly being a leader of a state university system, and not having a good relationship with the governor. That's very important. It's vital. It's vital to us. I understand Southern, thank goodness, has a good relationship with the governor right now. And I would expect that would continue should I come to Southern University, that we would continue with a very good relationship with this governor and with subsequent governors who take office. I just think it's a good and important thing to do. it's an important thing to do for other reasons with the legislature and with the governor. It's important for outreach and branding, because when people, the name of your institution comes up from time to time in meetings when you're not even there. It comes up in various places when you have no representative to speak for you. So what you want to do is you want to develop that relationship with that legislature and with the governors to the point that they're saying good things about you to their friends, to their colleagues, to others out there, to donors. That's where we want to be. We want them saying good things about us so that when we go to see the donor, some of the work has already been done. The relationship is already established. You've already gotten validation and confirmation from people who matter and people who the donors and stakeholders will listen to.
Ms. Smith?
Okay, Dr. Alexander, I've listened and I'm informed at your that your data is really commendable comparing to when you started at your institution. What strategies do you think, since you've just been here at Southern, what strategies do you think that would work for us as far as our retention rate, our graduation rate, and infrastructure?
Yes, I can appreciate the question, and I tell you, you really have to come in on the ground to answer that one. I think one strategy will be to engage the people involved. We've got to engage with them in coming up with the strategies, because I am not convinced that all the same strategies that worked at University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff are going to work at Southern University. I think that because every university has its own culture, every university has its own ways of doing things and ways of accomplishing things. So we would come in and we would take the time to engage on a personal, individual level and on a collective level, enrollment management and student success, deans, directors, department chairs, cabinet and vice presidents, faculty and staff and students, so that we get a fuller picture of what it is that we're doing here at Southern and what things can be done going forward. Just like the picture is different from UAPB to Southern, it is different from SUNO to Southern Baton Rouge to Shreveport. I mean, you evolve in different areas, different cultures, and so it's very difficult to migrate the same strategy exactly as it is and put it into the other one. I think I've got a bank of strategies that we could work on, that we could articulate and work on. One of them was, I think I talked about it earlier, was an all hands on deck approach. When we reported, when we first started reporting these numbers, or when they started to really move, I got a call from the ASCU, that's the American Association of State Colleges and Universities, asking me to write an article about this for their publication, which is called Public Forum, for other chancellors and presidents around the country, so that they can read about the strategies we used in our planning process to move those numbers at Arkansas, in Pine Bluff. So I did write that article. It's in the summer 2018 issue of Public Forum. Of Public Purpose is the name of the magazine. And so I would be happy to share with staff here the things that we've done at Arkansas Pine Bluff. And I certainly would be open to hearing and working through the strategies that we could use at this university. Just one more example by illustration. When I was at Florida, one of the things we did was recruitment for graduate students. We recruited master's and PhD students across the nation, minority students from all over, many of them from HBCUs. Matter of fact, we created 3 programs while I was there to target HBCUs for graduate school. So the strategies I use there, if I try to bring them to UAPB or to Southern or somewhere, they just don't fit exactly. So we have to get on the ground and we have to learn more about the culture and the environment and more specifically, pull a whole lot of data. We need a whole lot of data on what's happening on the ground at each campus, and then make some judgments and determinations about strategy moving forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Fondale?
Thank you. There's an ongoing national conversation regarding higher education in general and HBCUs. How would you go about ensuring that we are part of the national conversation?
Yes, there is a conversation going on about HBCUs nationally. And for the most part, it's very positive. It's a very positive conversation going on about HBCUs. And I think Southern University, I think can play a significant role and can get in that conversation. But and the way into it is through identifying those areas where Southern exceeds, where Southern excels beyond, that where it is newsworthy, right? I'm an old newspaper guy. Did I mention I worked for the Times-Picayune back in the day? I'm an old newspaper guy. And so, if a man bites dog, it's not news. If a dog bites man, it is news. It had to be something out of the ordinary. So what extraordinary things are we doing at Southern University or within the Southern University system that will command the attention of the public? And so it's those things that we can target on. Now, I understand you got some excellent programs. Got some excellent programs here at Southern University in engineering and nursing and law and whatnot. We got to dig a little deeper in terms of the story of Southern University and the story that is told, and to see how that measures up, how we can push that into the national conversation. And I think that's where you get more bang for the buck. If it's real and it's true, it's not that we're pushing something that's not newsworthy. We're pushing something that's really great, where Southern is really making an impact. And I think the way to do that, and we talk about this at meetings of HBCU presidents on panels and whatnot, the way to do that, the media people have told us, we've got to pitch those stories. We've got to come to them. We've got to show up and make some calls into them. And they always complain, gee, we never get any calls from HBCUs. We've got other institutions around the country beating down our door saying, hey, why don't you do this story on this? Hey, we can pitch that. We've got to pitch it. We've got to pitch those things. We got to use not only the pitch, but then when we land there, we gotta solidify that into the brand. That is, we got to retell that story. That is, when you get the story in the New York Times, you got to tell that, you got to put that out over and over and over again. And so it's a strategy that builds on itself, and it flows from not just a journalistic experience. Of course, my background is journalism, but into a strategic communication experience in which clues in public relations, marketing communications, strategic communications, and branding.
Just one brief example of how you're doing that at your present university where you're at now, Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Great. Yes, thank you for that question. One of the things that I did coming in at Arkansas Pine Bluff, we had some issues when I took over as chancellor. As a matter of fact, I was hired in February of 2013. Before I arrived on campus in May of 2013, we lost the nursing program. And the nursing program loss was not a one-day story. it went on for years. It was death by 1,000 cuts. And so the reputation of the university had taken a hit. The university was in decline in enrollment. We'd lost enrollment for about 5 consecutive years or 6. And we also had just gone through an NCAA investigation of a number of ineligible player violations, over 100 ineligible player violations. And that's just a quick summary. But what that needed and what that called for was strategic communications, of course, maybe crisis communications, you might say, but it called for some branding or rebranding of the university. And that is what we did. We did a rebrand because you had a new administration bringing in new ideas, innovative things, and a platform. But underneath that, what we did was we hired a marketing firm, a media and communications firm out of Little Rock, a minority-owned firm called the Design Group. We'll give them a plug right there. The Design Group out of Little Rock, and they came in and did the rebranding. They're also working with us still today on occasional releases of important things, important and significant things. When there's something more significant than the usual flow of things that's going through, I call them, I say, here we go. We've got a good story. How can we pitch this? And so what we want is we want them to pitch it, because you got to be proactive in this area and you got to pitch stories. You can't think that just because it comes off the press at your university, the national media is going to know about it and pick it up and publish. No, you got to call some people that you know in the media environment and talk with them about the story, what the story is, why it's important, et cetera. If they get it, you might get more publication on it than you normally would. We've done that very effectively in the state press and in some cases in the national press, directed toward the HBCU community and beyond. And I think that's another good way, because that's one place that some of the beat writers on these papers are looking for stories, because they're looking at, hey, what's going on in HBCUs? Oh, that's a good story. And let's not neglect the importance of social media in that process, because social media has an interesting reach on people, in that not everything on social media will everybody receive, but there will be the occasional thing on social media that goes out that the key person you want to get it gets it, and they get it just because it popped up in their box and it's on their news line.
Thank you, Dr. Alexander.
Mr. Bartholomew, this will be the last question before we enter into executive session. Oh, go ahead. All right. I understand, sir. Can I get a motion to
Second.
moved by Mr. Rutledge, seconded by Ms. Reeves. Mr. DeQueer, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Chairman Shorty.
Aye.
Mr. Rutledge.
Yes.
Mr. Lawson.
Yeah.
Mr. Tarver. Mr. Davis. Mr. Tolbert. Ms. Reeves.
Here.
Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Fondell.
Yes.
Mr. Bartholomew. Yes. You're good to go, sir.
Thank you, sir. This will end the public portion of the interview. We would ask all of our visitors to step outside. After the executive session is over, the meeting will adjourn. We'll move for adjournment. We'll come back and you got to read between the lines sometimes.